strange feeling to walk down here. Into the Guthries. Just to walk down here and put this down here, get a little more. It's not really, it's just unknown and not knowing what happened to Nancy. And, you know, my wife and her family grew up with Savannah and Annie, so they know the Guthries well. My mother-in-law lives right over there. So, yeah. So that's all I really know. Okay.
It's a Guthrie case.
The secret mutilator. This is Derek Colella, right? And just a photo of the perp. This is him on stage performing, so we know that he's a performer. And this here is a it's like a playbill or an advertisement where DJ Michael Mojito is with Derek Colella in Tucson. Okay, so we know now that Mojito is linked to the secret mutilator Colella. Okay, so this here is DJ Mojito playing at the Scorched Fetish Ball right down here. Okay, so again, we know he's related in some form or fashion to this guy, not by blood, but just in correlation. Okay, here's Mojito. All right, guys, let me bring in 857. Miss Nikki, come back, sweetheart, if you're out there. 857, what's up, brother?
What is happening, man? Just been glued to the screen. Great show. Shout out to your team. Your team's wow, amazing.
They did a
Hey,
great job.
857.
Thank you.
Yep.
What's up, 857? What's
Thank
up,
you.
my man?
Thank you so much
Hey,
for
how you
joining
doing?
me.
Good, Dan.
So
yeah,
yeah,
guys.
I don't want to interrupt. So yeah, just keep going. Let me, if you have any questions, I'm just listening like everyone.
Thanks, man. So anyway, so we've got Derek Colella, secret mutilator. He's the performer. He's on a playbill or advertisement with this guy, DJ Mojito. Here's DJ Mojito. They're playing at the Rialto Theater, Scorched Fetish Ball. Here's him. Here's where it gets kind of interesting, guys. This is Kayla Day. She's playing at the same play, or she's doing makeup and she's interacting with these people at the same place this guy's playing at, which is the Scorched Fetish Ball, and we all can see that right here. So the only thing on this this timeline, guys, that I can't confirm is this photo here. We all know that this is Kiki and the gentleman that showed up in front of Miss Nancy's house to do their photo shoot. We think this is them as well. And again, we cannot confirm that. That's the only thing I can't confirm on this timeline. But we do think that this is them. Okay. And so if that in fact is them, then that brings everybody here together, which is very interesting. Okay. So we see this graphic here, and then I want to put one more up to kind of bring this stuff together one step further and kind of show you guys another thing that we found out last night, which was interesting. We'll go to this next one here. Let me bring it up. I'm working with StreamYard 857. I'm usually use OBS, so working through it tonight, brother.
How's it working? Is it working okay?
Yeah, it's working out okay. I'm getting through it. All right, so let me share this with you guys here. So this is the advertisement for the Scorched Damnation Fetish Ball, and this again was in August of 25. So we see that this was at the Rialto Theater in Tucson. So, and I'm sure you're Nick and 857. I'm sure you guys are well aware of this place, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Rialto is like a Tucson staple, actually.
Yeah, and I haven't met Ick. Where's Ick?
Nick.
Nick. Oh, there's Nick. I thought you said Ick. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've known Nick my whole life. Yep.
Yeah.
Nick,
Nice.
yep. We've known each other since birth, actually.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's
If
awesome,
anybody
guys.
has any questions about the Scorched Damnation Fetish Ball, please reach out to Michelle C. Inspired Wellness. She can answer any question that you may need. Any questions.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that, but she can answer
Scorched
your
earth,
question.
scorched ball. That's what we're sticking with.
Yeah,
So
that's
anyway, so the
crazy.
correlation here, guys, that I want you guys to notate is the Rialto Theater, and that's where those guys were. That's where that took place. And so now, what's very interesting, and Nikki found this out. I got to give kudos to her. And Miss Nikki, we love you. Please come back. I think you dropped off. So interesting fact here. This is an advertisement for Jimmy Eat World, and these are all people that are opening for Jimmy Eat World. Well, fun fact. Savannah or Nancy's niece. Now you guys correct me. I think it's Nancy's niece. It's either Savannah's niece or Nancy's niece. Is it Nancy's niece?
Yeah, I think it said Nancy's niece.
Okay. So Nancy's niece is actually married to the drummer of Jimmy Eat World.
Yes.
Stop.
That's
Nancy,
Cameron's daughter.
yeah, Nancy's niece is married to the drummer of Jimmy Eat World. And we all see right here that as recently as the 18th in Tucson, so the Early Black, which we know is Tommaso's band, played at the Rialto Theater, which is, again, the same place that this Scorched Fetish Ball was going on. And so there's the Early Black there. That's an earlier photo of them. But again, just a lot of things that are very coincidental. And that's what Miss Nikki kind of wanted me to bring up and show everybody, I think.
Yeah.
So 857, did you see any of the stuff that we presented earlier about Leonardo Cioni?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I mean, do you think there could be any correlation at all with that?
I mean, obviously, I think there could be something that they're watching, right? Like, I think, like obviously the FBI, sometimes they have to build the case, remember?
Yes,
remember
sir.
That's the thing is there's all these things, everybody keeps saying it's usually it's close to the family. So either they're on the tail or I think you guys just gave them something to look into. I'm not going to, like you said, we're just speculating at this point, but either they're on to this, like we just discovered, or you guys just discovered, or they just discovered it because they're probably watching this show too. And hello.
What's up, guys?
and so, yeah, I just shout out to everyone. The thing about, building this community, it's already been here, but now it's getting bigger. And, if this is it, if there's a missing girl in another state and we come together and help, but yeah, I'm blown away. But I mean, I don't know how to say if it is or not, other than, it looks close, but certain populations of people, they can resemble each other very similar. You know what I mean? And so that might be it too, but what do you think?
No, that's a great point and perfectly said. I mean, and again, guys, we're not, claiming that anybody's guilty. It's just we're trying to put some correlations together tonight and just put some more facts out that are out there. That trying to piece the puzzle together. That's all. And again, I'm not even saying this guy here is related to Tommaso. It's alleged. We don't know if it's a brother or a cousin. It's just allegedly he is related to this guy. Very similar features, and very similar features to the sketch that Monks did. Again, all we did is we just added hair and a beard to the sketch that Monk Intrigue did, who is an actual artist. So, we're just trying to put some things out there and just some different avenues for us to look at. One thing I would love to know is where this guy was on January the 31st, Mike. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because he wasn't working. They were closed.
So who can I drop down? Let me bring in back Miss. Bring in Mystic. I want to rotate here, guys. So who can I bring down for a second?
You can drop
You
me
can drop
down.
me down. I've got to go do some stuff for a minute. So
I'll drop you down, Michelle. All right, Mystic, you're back. How are you, Mystic?
Hey, doing good. Still trying to wrap my head around this too. That thing you got up now is what blows me away.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Very
It's definitely interesting. Chris, let me drop you down for just a second, brother. I'm gonna bring Nikki back in.
Go for it,
I'll
man.
bring you right back.
I was watching some old stuff on Amanda Knox earlier today, and I think it applies when we could use the word innocente, which is innocent in Italian. I learned that today. So, this guy is innocente until proven guilty.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Miss Nikki, welcome back, sweetheart. You're on mute.
She's waving.
You're on mute again, Miss Nikki.
I had to wave back at her.
Hi. Thank
Hey.
you, Mike, for waving back at me. Did we get to? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say most definitely.
And it's nice to see this group together. And this wasn't, like I said before, it wasn't easy. We ran up against a lot of roadblocks just to get what we had, just to be able to present it to you guys. And it was wonderful that all our
Great job,
brains, all
Nikki.
our corn brains just worked together.
We had a lot of fun, and I hope we continue to work together.
Me too, Mystic. I had such a fantastic time with all of you, and everybody just meshed so well. It was wonderful.
I'm just
It was
upset I
wonderful.
didn't get invited to the party.
Which one? Our party or that other one?
Y'all's party.
Not the fetish party.
Our party wasn't far from that party the other night, Mike.
Well,
I can
from
tell you.
what I understand. So I gotta tell y'all a story real quick, and then So I texted Adam about another case that I got information on, and so I was just texting him. He was like, "Man, that's crazy," and he's like, "You will not believe what's gonna go on the show on Wednesday night," and that's all I heard. And I was like, what does it entail? He's like, "You'll see." And I literally had no clue. And he wouldn't even respond. He didn't respond to me Monday night. He didn't respond to me Tuesday at night. He did during the day, but Tuesday night, nothing. So he was entrenched into something. And I was like, something's up with Adam. He's like, he never not text me back. But he didn't even text me back.
We were working hard.
Y'all
Mike.
were working hard.
But guys,
We
again,
were working really hard.
We were up till what, 6 a.m. Eastern time. My time, I think your time too, Adam. 6 in the morning.
both nights.
Yeah.
And just so you know, Mike, we made a pact too. When we got a lot of information, we just all made a pact that we would wait and present it all at one time, and we wouldn't try to piecemeal it to people,
Well, you ain't got to worry about Adam. Adam don't share shit with me anyway until we go live.
Me too. I kept it really good, and I was so proud of myself.
It was so hard to keep it a secret, too.
It was very hard.
So he was talking to
Because you
somebody
wanted-
before we went live, and he was over there like trying to be all quiet so I couldn't hear what was going on. I'm like, dang, like we got some top secret something going
Because
on.
you are the law enforcement, so your opinion really matters, and it super duper matters to Adam. So he wanted you to have that mind where you didn't have any preconceived notions. He wanted everyone to just have an open mind, just to hear some different information. That's all. Hi, 857, honey. Nice to see you.
Great work. Great work.
Thank you. And I just think it was just something we needed to show you guys. And do you know, 857, if that gentleman that pulled up in that black car that wanted to be famous, do you know what kind of language was coming through his telephone? when he flipped his phone over when you went to his car window?
There's somebody, we'll have to talk after, but there's somebody that did a video, and I can't think who it did, but they actually said, they like even transcribed what he said, because there's a lady who says something on the phone, and they
Oh, wow, really?
transcribed, yeah, they transcribed that, and she said, because he was like fumbling on his words, and so she helped him out, and she said to him, tell him blessings that shall be found. That's in her language, and that's what she told him to say to the people. So that's why, I mean, yeah.
Go ahead. Did you find it strange though that when you did get into just a slight bit of a conversation with him, because I've really sat on this, did you find it strange that he asked you how the neighbors were doing and not how the family was doing?
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing I did, and that's why I kind of asked him up some follow-up questions. You know, normally it would just been a real quick getaway or a drive away, because it was a crowded area, so it's not like you want to stop to, because you know there was people you know, in and out. So you know, it was odd, but then here's what I think where it could just be the cultural difference, right? And different cultures, they just, you know, they have different reactions because they're just learning our language essentially, right? And if it's not their main language, so that could be something to do with it, but it was a little strange. I'm sure the investigators, I think, have probably seen the photo. I don't know, but it's one of those things, just like you discovered with this thing today, you know?
The thing that gets me about that video is his change of expression. He almost looked scared because that was the moment. The moment you told him that they just released the picture of the porch guy, that's when he looked almost nervous.
Yeah, and that's where.
I don't mean to cut you off, Damien.
No,
Somebody's
go ahead.
got some stuff going on in the background, guys. I'm not sure who it is. Go ahead, 857. Sorry.
Oh no, that's, yeah. I mean, that's where I don't know how they. I mean, we have the video. Would they be able to, you know, use this video and find? I mean, he said he was door dashing in the area, and he said, "Oh yeah, I've delivered over there." And he kind of points in the video. If you play the video, he said, "I've delivered over here, you know, at that house before." So he sounds like he's a regular delivery driver in the area. But as far as me to just say, like, other than it was odd, and that's all I can say, it was odd. And he does look like, you know, obviously those eyebrows and so yeah, that's how do we, you know, how do they get a hold of them? I think they would have to contact DoorDash, and like I said, I think they watched the show, so maybe not this one, but a lot of people have brought this guy up, and for probably about 2 months now, this guy's been brought up. So
because he looks like, you know, I mean, there could be a relation there, there could not be a relation there, you know, either way. But the language that came through that phone that day, because I watched you live that day, and I was just like, why is the guy asking about the neighbors? And usually people would say, how's the family? How's the family doing?
yeah, I mean, we just have to, I mean, as far as the language, so we will be able to get back to the community, because somebody did transcribe what the lady said. So we'll be able to find, I just can't remember what language it was.
And as he's driving away, I'm sure there's a sight of the license plate on that car too.
You know, I didn't get one. That's the unfortunate. Yeah, it didn't happen on this.
Okay.
There was so much going on that it was just random for him to stop and talk. And so when he did, you know, this is my first time I've been on a case like this big. So if I'm ever at a new case like this, I'll be getting everything.
I just thought I found it coincidental too that even Alex was saying, you know, because the neighbors kept saying that they needed to heal. And then with this gentleman saying, how are the neighbors, but not how is the family, it just kind of made me sit like, why are the neighbors more important than the family?
Yeah, that's been the talk. That's been the talk. And a lot of it is
Very
just
strange.
everybody kind of has a real independent, they just worry about themselves. If you can see the houses, they're all spread out. So it's not like a real close knit. So I bet a lot of the neighbors, I mean, they probably don't even know each other, other than maybe they're in the same HOA. But so
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, Patriot, I think you should come out. Why don't you plan a trip in the next couple months? You and I think it's Mike. I didn't meet you, Mike, but how you did? Nice to meet you. Is it Mike?
Yes, it is.
Mike.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, so you guys come out, and I mean, because I think it's important to see the neighborhood, look at the house. You know, hopefully the Sheriff Nanos doesn't go after you.
Yeah, well, that would be fun. So I don't know if you know, Damien, Mike is actually ex law enforcement as well. He's ex sheriff's deputy, so he's got some years of experience in law enforcement as well. Sounded like a tornado just blew somebody's house down.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I hope it didn't, but
I think you can mute the back.
That sounded horrific.
I'm not sure who to mute, but it's okay. We'll get
Yeah.
through it. What do you think, Chris? What do you think, Chris?
Sounds
Great
like Chris
timing.
is eating. Hey,
Great
I got something real quick though, but we were talking about something the other day. I brought something up to somebody. I think it might have been Alex, and it was about the neighbors in Nancy's neighborhood, right? How SE is all on watch, and just a crazy neighborhood about people not wanting streamers in the neighborhood, yada yada, this and that. So when I first started searching, like the first month and a half I was searching, 6 weeks, I wasn't doing YouTube lives or anything. And actually, when I met JLR, I met him like day 2 or 3 up at Nancy's house in the neighborhood. Anyways, so probably about 6 weeks in, me and a friend of my wife's, she likes to do the searching stuff, so she came with me, and we were out off of Camino Real. So it was right after they released the video footage from that house of the Kia Soul and the Range Rover, yada yada yada, driving by that house. So I decided, all right, I'm going to pick up my things. I'm going to go search over in that area. So we parked off on the side of the road off of Camino Real. We got out and we went into a little wash area. And in that wash area, I mean, it was just like, I don't know if you guys heard about how Righteous Monkey got in trouble for climbing a wall and it ended up being somebody's property. But in this wash, there was nothing around. I mean, there were houses, but they were pretty far away. We're walking through this wash, and I see this lady walking down the side of Camino Real. And me and my wife's friend are walking through the wash just to do our searching. And this lady finally catches up to us, and she says, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" And so I turn around. And I'm like, nothing. We're just, and she's like, "What are you guys doing? Come on, just tell me." And so I ended up telling her, like, we're out here, we're part of the, helping to figure out this whole, and she just tells me, "You guys don't think the FBI's been here or the sheriff haven't been?" She started naming off all these law enforcements. And she's like, "I just want to let you know you're on private property. This is my property. It's nowhere near a house to be private property in this area. There's no," and I even told her, I didn't see any private property signs. I told her that. She's like, "Well, my husband's actually getting them today, blah, blah, blah." Started just blowing all this smoke out of her mouth. And then I just said, why are you guys, like, I'm not in your neighborhood to do harm. I'm actually trying to do something good. Why are you jumping all over me now? Is there a reason you guys weren't like this about a month ago? Because had you been like this about a month ago, Nancy would probably still be at home. She put her head down. Man, the grief I saw in her when I said that, she just put her head down and she just walked away. But then I looked at my wife's friend. I said, "We better get out of here. If she calls the cops, it's going to be a whole nother thing." But we did. And that was just off of Camino Real. So remember, Camino Real is like a mile and a half, 2 miles from Nancy's house, right? This is in an area where we could, even when they have the no parking stuff, you could park and you can go out and search and do things. But apparently now in that neighborhood, at that time, everything was becoming private property. It was just, that was a crazy moment. And it just makes me think, like, all those neighbors in that neighborhood now are so gung-ho and neighborhood watch now, where had they been like that in January, those perps, those 2-3 people, who, however many people it was, probably would have never got near her house.
Exactly. It's a great point. Hey, real quick, I want to say, hey, awesome job, guys. We just hit 2,000 likes, Mike.
Awesome.
Yeehaw.
Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. And again, if you guys are here for the first time, please make sure you hit that subscribe button. Hit the like button, guys. We're Patriot Pride. We're a nonprofit. We help give back to military families in need. So we could not do this without you guys. So thank you guys so much. It's an honor, and it's very humbling to have this type of support. So thank you guys so much. And I want to, again, just as we're going through this, I want to thank the team so much. You guys are all rock stars. You guys did an amazing job with this research, and what an honor it is to be up here with everybody, especially Nick and 857. So I just want to thank you guys so much for joining us tonight.
Yep. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
And,
it's been an honor.
Sleuthing.
Yeah, these guys did a great job. And again,
I'm super impressed. I really am. To take it from what y'all had to then connect the dots and go, allegedly connect the dots and go where y'all went. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Now I know why he didn't call me back on Monday and Tuesday night.
And we're not finished. That's the thing, is we're not finished. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that we're still looking into that's pretty interesting. I mean, it really is. Guys, I don't know if you guys saw this image, but what do you guys think about this?
That's crazy.
This one creeps me out so much. There's so many little details in here. When we started zooming in on things, just blew my mind more.
I totally agree. So again, 857 and Nick, I'm not sure if you guys saw, but basically this image was taken from, so Leo Cioni owns a restaurant. He spoke to someone on a social media page, and then that person replied back to his comment, said, "Thank you so much. Great things are coming." So we looked on that person's page, and he had a T-shirt on that said, "Crypto is for virgins." And then we looked a little bit deeper into that guy's page, and this is what is on his page.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, being a art, I study art, obviously.
That's right, you do. That's right, you do. So what do you think about this?
I mean, in this culture, this is kind of like in the Hispanic. This isn't Hispanic. This is Italian, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is they're very what's the word, like sympathetic people to the passing, like to the death. Like in Mexico they have the Day of the Dead, but so what I just kind of see it is, it's a tribute piece to someone that passed away, but usually it's towards like a family member, even though it does look a little not the prettiest picture, right?
Yeah.
But it's also, right, art is not always about being pretty. It's about making us think, and we're sitting here thinking now. And
it's definitely making us think.
Yeah. So you can, like, the thing about art is, when you look at it, this person might think this thing, and then so it's subjective, basically. To me, I don't know if it would be like connected, obviously, to Nancy, but with all these things, it's like, if you're a detective and you're in the FBI, I hope they're looking at this, and then they're like, let's, and then, so who knows? But it's interesting, especially the heart. Once you showed me the heart, I was like, oh, you know what I mean? Is that a pacemaker? In there is.
Oh my God, we said the same thing.
Yep.
So it's just, I take it with a grain of salt, but that's where I'm at with it.
Or like the little plants up just above the snake shoulder, like little plants, and then the little plants on the camera at Nancy's.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's,
well,
I don't know if I'd hang it on my wall.
The all-seeing eye to me is like, what is that about?
That goes along more with Mike's.
And if
Mike
you
thinks
look
this is.
to the,
Go ahead.
If you look to the left and you're looking straight onto the picture, you guys, and right by the so-called dynamite or something other, there's a little tiny face there.
Yes, that's a good point. Right here. So
I do see it.
There's a little sad face here, and then there's
go
also
over
a
to the-
face
yeah,
here.
right there.
And then there was something else we noticed. I can't remember, but I'd love to really know what this represents here. This
It looks like a stick of dynamite to me.
it kind of does look like a stick of dynamite, yeah. And then I'd love to know what these dots represent as well around this.
I mean, to me, it could be somebody, like if it was just all on the up and up, it could be someone had a heart attack and they're paying tribute to this person. What does no Benny mean, or how do you pronounce that?
Not
Yeah,
well.
that means no good.
No good. Okay.
Yeah,
so
no good from what I just looked up. No
he
good.
passed away. To me, this means someone passed away because of bad heart. And the dynamite, yeah, I didn't see the dynamite, but yeah, that's what this means to me. If I were to like my first impression of this piece.
Yeah, and they've got the stitches here, where the heart was, and I don't know what these stitches here represent going around the neck either. Very, very interesting photo for sure, because we see the arm is a serpent's arm as well. So there's a lot going on here for sure.
Yeah.
Chris, are you back? Are you finished eating?
Yeah, I'm here. You
What's
caught
on your
me
mind,
off
bro?
guard.
I know, I got
How
you.
dare you? You did. You got me. No, I'm trying to find a meaning behind this whole picture. I just can't find anything. Like I'm just snapping it and sending it everywhere and trying to get some type of an idea. But it's just, again, like you said earlier, this could mean nothing, but look at it. I mean, everything that we've been able to put together, and it just all flows together. It's not like there's a bump in the roadway. Well, and everybody is connected somehow. So it's amazing work we did. And
yeah, you guys did amazing.
Yeah, but you too, sir. Look at you put this all together. And you found out info. So don't,
I appreciate that.
This is a good team. We're going to take this on the road,
Great team. And
Mike, you can come along, Mike,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna come along and be like, "What the hell did y'all come up with today, y'all?"
And you can sit in that chair too. We'll bring it.
Okay. Hey, I'm in then.
Again, here's the thing. The funny
As
thing.
long as I can order me some Waffle House.
We got you, and a cigar, right?
Cigar. Yep.
Yeah.
Here's the funny thing to me is the verbiage. Again, I look deep into the details and just the verbiage of a lot of these things. Scorched fetish ball. We're standing on scorched earth. And I do want to put up this here, and I'm sure 857 and Nick have seen this, but I'm gonna try to find something that's just, again, it's just an interesting thing. It'll take me a second, so give me a second, guys. But
and that's the thing, like the stuff that we come up with, it's not like we went on ancestry.com and just found it. You know what I mean? Like we did this without those things.
Yeah, certainly.
This was, like I said earlier, I must have been through, I don't know how many pages I read, 5,000. I mean, and over the past weekend, pictures and, how in depth it was. Like, each restaurant I clicked on and found somebody there that made, and it was incredible. Yeah, it was 6 a.m. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah. So here's a very, again, it's just very coincidental, guys. And this is a bio. So I guess he's being interviewed. So a bio of Tommaso, and I'll just read it really quick. And we've read it a couple times on a couple of other shows, or maybe once. But it says basis Oro Valley primary. Okay. First of all, I want to go back to and remind everyone that we know one of the ransom notes says that she is buried in nature, right? That's what it says. So anyway, so let's check this out. It says teacher features, Mr. Tommaso Cioni, 6th grade and AP biology. So we know that AP biology is 11th and 12th grade because that is the only years that they teach that. And we know what it takes, certifications in order to pass the examination to be certified for an AP biology teacher. There's 8 core competencies of that. And in core competency 6, it covers a lot of DNA information. So anyway, it says, how long have you taught at Basis? This is my 5th year teaching at Basis Oro Valley. What do you love most about teaching? I love the fact that I'm able to share my passion for learning with students. Since I teach 6th grade and AP biology, I love seeing them grow from preteens to young adults, and I see them express their potential. And so this is where it kind of got me, guys. It says, who is your role model? It says, my dad taught me for the love of nature. It says, my dad taught me the love for nature, guys. And again, I just look at those fine details, and a lot of people just don't say certain words a lot. And again,
and it says that also that in cooking and cherishing food.
Yeah. Well,
those 2 passions still define who I am today.
Says I still go for forage for mushrooms when I go back to Italy. My mom taught me the love for cooking and to cherish food. So again, we go back to Leo Cioni. You know, he's a chef. These 2 like Mike said, these 2 passions still define who I am today. So we try here to look at what details can we catch, and it may be absolutely nothing, but the verbiage speaks a lot to me, guys.
Well, the one thing that sticks out in my head, and you talk about, is the ransom notes. Are they real? Are they not? Are they this? Are they whatever? Right. But it goes back to some of the stuff and some of the wordings of somebody that speaks a second language, having the English being your second language, you might use a little bit different wordage that does not necessarily sound based off of what or interpreted, right?
Right.
So if I'm speaking and I put it into Google Translate, it might come back to something. So it sounded a little bit different, but he writes poetry in Italian, right? It's so it just goes back to one more thing of hey, that doesn't sound right to me, but at the same time, if he's writing it as poetic and then it gets put in, or the guy that we went over tonight, does he write poetry too? I mean, it's just
a lot of
there's
stuff.
a lot of things that just what the hell?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I'm glad if I don't have to hear scorched earth anymore.
Hey, you brought it up yesterday. It was your fault.
Hey, from what I hear, you enjoyed it.
Hold on. Brenda. Michelle, why don't you read Mike your text that you received?
Oh, my text it's a good scorched earth. So back to scorched earth.
Sorry,
when a word comes into your vernacular and you hear it's now everywhere. And I'm sure you guys have heard this, you just catch things now. I heard random people using the term scorched earth, and I'm like, wow, it's actually a more common term than you think, is it? But it's just once you have things that are floating around, you start to notice things. But something about the first image that you put of Leonardo when he has the black gloves on, if his left hand, he's got that bracelet around his wrist. And there was talk originally about the bracelet that possibly could have been seen on underneath the glove on the porch guy. And it looked like a medical alert bracelet. And I didn't get a deep enough look at that picture to see, is that actually a medical alert bracelet? Because maybe, how a lot of times the images are reversed or reflected on here. So a lot of times images are reflected, or when you post them or whatever. So maybe one of these images is reversed or whatever, but that bracelet really looks like the links that somebody had said they saw around the.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean,
Long Drive says Chris sounds like Howard Stern.
Oh God, here we go.
Well, is there a picture of his right hand to see if there's any tattoos on his wrist or the side of his hand?
There is not. No tattoo on him.
So, Nick, do you think that there's a tattoo on the porch guy?
That's a great question. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But what I just heard what you guys are speaking about, what Tommaso Cioni said in that letter about nature, made me really think about it, because again, I worked up in the mountains for so many years. My dad, when I was a young kid, took me and my brother over these Rincon Mountains to the east of Tucson. Like, I spent my whole life out in the woods and out hiking and out, in nature, right? But I never heard that word used in that manner. The only time you ever hear the word nature used is if someone's referring to mother, right?
Certainly.
Mother nature. But you never hear, like, someone saying something about being buried in nature. And now, he just said it, and that's eerie, and that's
It is. It
very
really
dark.
is. And so what I wanted to show you guys here is I was on the team of There Was a Tattoo on This Guy's Wrist as well. But so the image on the left is straight image clip from the video that I clipped from the FBI video. And then the image on the right, I don't know if you guys saw that show, but it was basically I've got
A specialized.
yeah, I'm able to use a specialized AI. So it's a long story, but anyway. So all I asked it to do was just put color to the photo. I said, don't change anything. So as you guys will see here, this glove on the left-hand image is tucked completely under the sleeve.
Yeah.
So I don't think that, and Monks and Tree, got to give him credit. He did a deep dive into that as well, and he called it a shadow form that we saw on the bottom of the guy's wrist. But we can see that this glove is tucked really deep into these sleeves. So I don't think we're seeing a tattoo on this wrist from this guy, is my opinion.
Yeah, it's a play of light. I don't believe it either. I'm one that will debunk images like crazy, and I've never been able to see a tattoo. I think it's just play of light.
That or who knows, with all the pictures that have been put out in this case too, who knows how many of them have been altered or gone through AI.
You're correct on that. Yeah.
Been tricked with to get people, just so people can speculate and get clicks and get views and go, "Ooh, look what I found."
But I believe if you look at anything hard enough, and if you're looking for something, you can actually make yourself see it. It's just,
the mind is a very interesting thing.
It is.
You can make yourself believe
Exactly.
So yeah, I mean, great job tonight, guys. I mean, I can't give you guys enough kudos for the work that everybody's done tonight. So I think we'll take some calls. So let me
quickly, I want to talk about the Italy thing, is because I went to Italy one time, and the culture there, I don't know if anyone's been there, but I was like really it's very, the people are very intense, right? I don't know what that means to different people, but so that as far as him describing those words, it also translates, like their language translates different, and the way they talk is more poetic. Just the Italians talk more poetic. So, but the other thing is, and I sent you an email, is as much as we're chasing, this is great stuff, finding new clues, sleuthing, the most likely thing is where people, I mean, Mike, you probably know, you guys look first, right? You're not going to look in Italy if there's maybe something to look here. And so I sent you a map of all the gangs, the active gangs that are in Tucson. And as much as we don't want to, there is a lot of, I mean, if we're going to go over the family, we should go over, hey, there's this gang right here. It's active. Who runs that gang? Right? Because these are the people that are actually doing these kinds of things. The cartel, even though everyone's kind of canceled that out, it could be someone who used to work for the cartel. They left the cartel because they came to America, but they did kidnappings and they picked up those skills. But what I'm thinking is, I sent you the map. Maybe we can do a show on it and just show people the other part of it, that it could be someone from right here in our backyard, essentially.
Certainly. Yeah, certainly. That's very interesting. So is there a lot of gang activity in that area, 857?
Yeah, and the thing is it's there's different levels to it, right? There's the cliques, right? That maybe you got a couple kids that graduated together, they have a little clique, and then they meet the gang member, and now they're doing favors for the gang, for the bigger guy, right? And then there's the big. So you know how, Mike, you probably know. I'm not going to get too involved into it, but
I would love to do a show on this. The gang, when I was in law enforcement, they actually would give a book. There's a book that you can actually that we actually used, that we could actually study and read, and there would be questions that were asked. So when I first started, I worked in the jail, so you would have to make sure that you would keep people separated and make sure that you could recognize different signs and this, that, and the other, and there's different questions. And to the point of, you ask a question of like, how many bricks are in a yellow brick road, to see if somebody's even like posing, or if they come out with the wrong answer, like you just unalived, like, because you're faking your set, or you're faking your. So like, to see that map that you just put up, I mean, it makes you think like, okay, I would love to do a show with you about this and just talk about the location, and you can kind of explain the map, and then we could go from there.
Yeah, certainly. This is very good information, 857. Thank you, man.
Yeah, definitely.
So in relation,
great
right
show.
here, real quick, in relation, where is Nancy's house? Is that where the gold star is, or?
No, if you gotta, let me see, if you zoom out, let me see where you're at.
You gotta go north.
Yeah, zoom out more. I think if you hit the minus button.
North of block to block.
So
like north,
yeah, see where it says block to block, a little above that.
Okay, let me
up
see
at the
if I
top.
can do that.
There's another
There
map I'll see.
It said Old Rich Whites. That's exactly where it's at, dude. It said Old Rich Whites. That's exactly where her neighborhood is. Not the Real Housewives. Go up a little more. Right.
And we didn't make this map, by the way. We didn't make this map.
Old people. God, that's funny. It said Old Rich Whites. I saw it. This map is so true, though. So true. Trophy homes, Real Housewives of Tucson.
Go back to liberal
Old Rich Whites, right there.
There it is.
Boom, that's her neighborhood. I knew I saw it. Oh, and then it turns into Real Housewives. So her house is just to the northwest of where you're pointing that.
Yeah.
It's like right above Real, right? I mean, it's like right above Real, right there. Boom, right in that neighborhood there. Just to the left of it now. That long white road right there next to the thumbs up, that's Campbell.
Okay.
Yep. And then so she just lives just west of Campbell, right in that area to the left.
I see
the north.
I see the legend here. Okay, so that's Rich. So how far away from crime are we?
There.
So there's crime in the
right down into that red. Fort Lowell and Campbell, which is like 3 miles south of there, it is pretty bad. Fort Lowell and Campbell's a pretty bad area. Fort Lowell and First, those are really bad areas.
Interesting. That's a really cool map. Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's on. I think anyone can make their own map too. So if you ever want to, it's a map Tyler, and then you can publish it so people can add their own stuff. It sounds like.
Nice. That's interesting.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Well, let's start with Miss Michelle. Any last words from you before we take callers tonight?
Oh, darn. I wanted to be one more caller. Like it is just going back and looking at the clues that were given out before. And I still, when you look at that porch guy video, I just think that the video that has been circulating is not the same one that the FBI had on their website. I think it's been like altered a bit, and you don't see everything that's on there. So maybe because it's been transferred so many times and people have downloaded and whatever, and people get it from all these places, that we have to really go back to the source and find source information. But yeah, the whole Tommaso, and I know somebody in the chat had mentioned, and we're not sure if it's where they got the information from, but Tommaso's child was here in the States apparently, but we'll have to look into that. But how would a young child that 13 years old travel from Italy? Questionable. Unless he came maybe with his
How
uncle.
long have they been married?
Questionable. Things
20
to look into.
20
So
years, something like that.
Oh, did
is he 20 now? I thought he was a young kid.
How long, Mike, how long they've been married?
Yeah.
The one. So
We'll get Mystic on that one. But thanks a lot, everybody. It's been great. So
I think
Hey,
they were
Michelle,
married
thank
in 2016.
Okay.
I'm not sure, Pastor Biggers.
16 or something.
2006. It had a 6 in it.
It's 2006.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Well,
I
you
think
guys
it's
have a great night. Mike, we'll have to get you back in a Speedo at some point in time. And the
That's
other
not,
outfits we won't
that's
have
not
time for you.
happening
So
anymore.
Thank you,
It'll
Michelle.
happen.
Hey, great job, and we'll get back together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Bye.
Hey,
much.
yeah, guys, just real quick, a couple of words from Nick here. Yeah, I am going to go out to search tomorrow, hopefully earlier than later. I just want to thank you guys for having me on the show. I got to give flowers to my mods, Brenda and Mystic, and everybody else that was involved with Monday night and what you guys did. That's just super incredible. And I think, yeah, we need to continue to dig deeper into that information. It's truly incredible, guys. So thank you for having me.
Thank you
Certainly.
so much.
See you,
Thanks for
Nick.
checking us. We
All
appreciate
right.
it, man.
Later, Damien. Have a
Nick.
good night. Yes. Take care, guys.
See you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go to Brenda. Last words, Miss Brenda.
I think what we found was like eye-opening and or jaw-dropping something. On Monday, I was more shock-faced than not. We kept coming up with other things that made me say, whoa. And I think everyone coming together is really powerful. So I want everyone to keep sleuthing, keep working, keep looking, and together I think we can find something.
Certainly. And again, thank you guys so much for inviting me Monday. You know, it was an honor to be there with you guys. So I think you guys did an unbelievable job, and I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Oh, it was an honor to have you, and everyone on panel is welcome to join us. We're live every Monday night on Nick's channel. We take over the channel, and we'd love to have you.
Awesome. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Brenda, I'm sorry. I was reading the chat
Even
here.
you,
Thank
Mike.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Hey,
Thank you so much.
we appreciate you. We'll see you later, okay?
For sure. Have a great night, everyone.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. And guys, hang out with us a little while. We're going to take some calls if you guys want to call in once we shut the panel down. So let's see.
I'm gonna go ahead and say one more call now.
Mi-
So it'll be-
Mystic, last words from you.
I agree. We found a lot of good stuff. You know, this is just something to look at. Like I said, it's just something else we found, something that was interesting. I would like to continue looking in other directions now. You know, I don't want to stay focused on the same thing. Interesting in what 857 just had up, you know, maybe go that route. I don't want to stay focused on the family. Anything's a possibility. And anything's a possibility on our Monday night with mods, obviously. It seems like, you know, we just have a handful of people and wow, things can get interesting fast. So you never know what you're going to miss on there.
Certainly.
Yeah, it was great having you. And yeah, hopefully we can continue to work together and find some new stuff.
Certainly. And thank you so much again. It was an honor to meet you. And like I said, I look forward to the future.
All right. Thank you.
See you later.
Great
Thank you
work,
so
Mystic.
much.
All right. Bye-bye. Chris, last words from you, brother.
Man, it's been fun. It's been great. Great show. Great working with everybody. Thank God I had a great idea of inviting you on Monday night, you know, even though Nikki was, you know, I don't know what she was doing. So, but I gotta say, I love her to death. Amazing. We've both been through, you know, a tough last year. You know, I came out on the good end, and she is too.
Amen.
So,
praise God.
Yeah. So it was good, and I think we found a lot. I mean, to you know, we can say, hey, who knows? It may mean nothing, but we were able to connect everybody that we spoke about tonight together somehow. And that was the one thing that you stressed from the get-go. We have to be able to connect each person to something. You know, we got to be able to, before we can go ahead and say, well, look at this stuff. But we were able to do that all together, and it was fun. And yeah, I Can't wait till the next one.
It was an honor, man, and congratulations.
well,
I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job on your channel. So until
We're
the next
there.
one, brother, it's I appreciate it. It's been an honor.
Yeah, me too. Thank you for having me. And Mike, next time maybe we'll give you a little more info, but probably not.
Probably not. Yeah.
It's
No.
if he has anything to do with it, it's a no. Y'all gonna have to like.
Oh well.
Y'all gonna have
Shoot
to
me
get
your
me
email.
in on the back end.
Yeah, there you go. But it was an honor being here, man. And thank you for putting the trust in me, all of you. So
You did a great job, man. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Great
Have
work.
a good one. See ya.
Bye bye. Real quick, MAGA Mama B, great stuff. Hey guys, Damien and panel. TC could have an older son in Italy with someone else. Love you all. Thank you so much for your support, MAGA Mama. We appreciate that. Miss Nikki, last words from you, dear.
A pleasure. And I think that we can do more with, more people. There's more chances of us finding and locating different things. And I think working as a group is always a plus, and it's always helpful. And I just absolutely adore all of you, and I love every single one of you. And I appreciate you just sitting and listening to what we had to say. And I appreciate Adam for putting it out there in such a format for us that you guys could understand what we had seen and what we had found. And I really appreciate that. And Mike, you too, and your expertise, it doesn't go unnoticed. And it really is very important to hear feedback from law enforcement, of some type. So I appreciate that too. 857, I appreciate you very, very much. And I appreciate being a streamer with all of you. And thank you guys very much. And I love all of you. And I hope you have the rest of a fantastic hump day. Thanks, you guys. I love you.
Miss
Love
Nikki,
you, Nikki.
before you get off, I want to tell you something because this is the first time we really got to talk, and
Mhm.
I'm huge about energy.
Mm.
Just the energy I receive and the energy I feel, and the energy you put off is just this calming, awesome, like. So I want to say thank you. Your energy is inspiring, it's touching. And that doesn't go unnoticed. So you keep being you, girl.
Well, that is a great. I couldn't have said it better myself. And Nikki, I'm so proud of you. You are doing an amazing job on your channel. Keep up the great work. It's always refreshing to go over and just decompress a little bit on your channel and just have a good time. And I know you're going through some things, and God's going to have His hand on you and your family. In Jesus' name, Amen. It's going to happen. And I know you're dealing with a lot right now, specifically, and we are praying for you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all of you guys and your openness and willing to accept me and bring me in when you didn't know me at all. And JLR, I have a big shout out to you for that, because you really brought me into this and you really talked to me the first time, and Alex too. And I just really have so much love for the streamers and you guys being so awesome to me. And I just can't say enough.
We love you, Miss Nikki. Have a good night, okay?
If you need me, Nikki.
If you need me, call me.
I sure will. I think we're going to be making a move tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Keep us posted.
Hey, we're praying.
Yep. All right.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. I pray for you guys too.
Thank you, Nikki. Love you.
Love you too.
857. How'd you
Wow,
like
show.
it, man? How'd you like it?
I that's the thing is the community, like I'm not a sleuther, like I'm not general, I'm learning with everybody, right? And so like what you're doing, this is the community is what brings it together, right? Because I mean we can only do so much. So just everything that they did and all the hours they spent and energy that it's just it's powerful to see. If it goes somewhere, like you said, we don't know, but man, it's just the energy, like Mike said, from Nikki, but other people. So yeah, thank you for having me on. And I think we just got to keep poking it. I think there's two. That's what I wrote down. There's two different avenues to cover. There's the obviously like the suspect, who's the suspect, and then there's the cover up, not of the family, but of the local authorities. And the more maybe we could do some more deep dives into Nanos, because I think and Mike knows this, maybe if they did get new leadership over this case, they would have better morale, but also better relationship with the public. And right now that trust has been broken. So keep it up, man. I appreciate what you're doing, and thanks. Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Well, man, I want to say thank you so much for the support that you've shown us, Patriot Pride. You've been so welcoming every time I've been over on your channel, man, and I can't thank you enough for what you've done. And that aside, thank you for the boots on the ground you're doing out there and all the work that you're doing. And not only for Nancy, we definitely want to find out what's going on, but I know you work so hard for so many things, man, and a lot of people don't know how hard you work. So I just want to thank you for who you are and for what you do. And again, just thank you for your support. And I can't say thank you enough. And Mike, we're going to work with him. We're going to work forming an association for content creators across the United States, so that we have representation in at least one in each state, so that if one of our family members or brothers or sisters get into the kind of things that they got into, we can be there and support them. So
Most definitely.
and he came up with that. So
Hey, that's an awesome idea.
Yeah.
And I followed you and I've watched you, and but to be able to see how that went down, knowing like it coming from law enforcement, it just got to me like, this is some bullshit. Like,
Yeah.
when you take a when you raise your hand and you get sworn in, you're taking pride in what you're doing, your name, but you're swearing to uphold the Constitution. And for that to just happen, I was irate. I was pissed.
Yeah.
But stay strong, and I will help and do that any way I can. And we'll set it up across the nation for real.
certainly.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, that's what it needs. So I mean, I think through difficult times, change can happen, positive things can happen. And so obviously the other thing is, if you want to advocate for that Hollie Dasso case, which I don't know if you've seen the videos I've done on her, but it's just, yeah, so that could be something that tie it in, because it's the same sheriff, they're treating this the same way. But number one, just thank you, and the warm hospitality coming into your show. So thank you for having me, and let's plan a future show here soon.
Certainly,
most
man.
definitely.
And again,
I got one thing to say.
you go ahead.
When you talking about the sheriff, this, that, and the other, I want you, and I don't know if I'll say it exactly right, but it's talking about how you do one thing, you do all things. So you're talking about the little small details. If you can't be entrusted in doing the small things, and doing them right, you're sure not going to be able to do the big things right.
Yeah.
And when you aren't looking, when you're overlooking them details or not, it doesn't matter, or this, that, and the other. And when something, a big case hits, or I mean, in any case, when somebody goes disappearing, this, that, and the other. But if you aren't handling the little things right, as far as arresting somebody for
The right
being
reasons.
in the median,
Yeah.
and this, that, and the other, like, you sure ain't gonna be able to get the big stuff right when it matters. So
Yeah.
just a little food for thought for you and the people in the chats. How you do one thing, you do all things. And
That's a good
so,
guy. Yeah.
And man, and I don't want to hold you any longer, but again, it's an honor for you to be here, and I thank you so much for checking us out, coming up here, and anytime
Yeah.
I'm on a panel with you, man, it's an honor. So thank you so much,
You
857.
too, man. Nice meeting you, Mike. And yeah,
Nice
let me
meeting you.
know when you guys want to plan a trip. I'll tell you areas not to stay. How about that?
Certainly.
All
Thanks,
right, man. Nice
Take
meeting you.
care.
Have a good night.
See you, brother.
See ya.
All right, man. What a great.
Wow.
I mean, dude, I'm telling you, man. I told you before we started, I said, I think this is going to be the best show we've ever done, Mike.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, what a show. All right, guys. So we're going to put the phone lines up for a little while.
A little while.
We'll open them up, and
I'm gonna go ahead and place my order.
I'll see if you guys want to give us a.
All right, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Holy moly, that was an intense show. Great show. Can you guys hear me? Thank you, Alicia, so much. She got something off the Amazon wish list. She said, you need to have an Amazon. I've never had an Amazon wish list. I put it up. Thank you, Alicia, so much. Fueled by Folgers and Jesus. Welcome in. Welcome. And also Savage. She has some good videos I've seen on X. She makes Dom C. Welcome in. Tammy. Kathleen. Jessica. Yeah, it was a great panel. I mean, that's the thing is if anything comes out of it, but that is why I titled this, Could the YouTubers Eventually Solve the Case? And it might not be that clue. It could be. I mean, obviously they're going to look at it. I don't know. I can't give you a yes or a no. I can say, look, it was interesting. So thank you, everybody. Julie. And thank you. I don't know. I should eat. I'm going to Discord you. Thank you. Hope you're having a good week. Photo Chronicle. I think that's Shibby's mod. Welcome in. We have Shibby's mod in the chat. Thank you for stopping in. And shout out to Patriot Pride. There was the live panel. We were just on there. And Nikki, Nick, Mystic. Yeah, it was a great show. Oh, speaking of that, did you guys see the new release that I did today? We're gonna pull that up real quickly. Well, I gotta run to the other room because I was sitting here for like the last hour. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the new release music video. The song you guys have heard. Maybe you saw it today since it was on my channel earlier, but not that one. So I will be right back after I get this song. It won't be long. And shout out to Pretty Little Clues who made the song. Pretty Little Clues. And thank you, John M. Holy moly, thank you. Thank you, John. So this is the new release, everybody. I played it. I'm sure you already heard it, but we're just going to play it for a minute real quickly. All right, everybody. This is the new release. It just came out today, the video. Shout out again to Pretty Little Clues. Thank you. Again, Liberty, Justice for All, and John. M with the coffee beans. Thank you. All right, I'll be right back, everybody. Quick, this is only a 3-minute song, so try to make it so it's not too loud for you guys. Here you go. Be right back.
You are just white noise. What? White noise? That's right, white noise. No way, Sheriff. That's white noise. You all are just white noise. Background static. White noise. White noise. Exactly. Now quiet down so I can hear myself.
Well, I grabbed my coffee, turned on the news, feeling the waiting for updates blues. The questions came in a mighty swarm, but somehow nothing could break the form. Where's the info? What's the deal? Can somebody tell us what's actually real? The room got quiet, the cameras froze, then out came the phrase everybody knows. White noise! White noise! The magical sound that drowns the voice. If the questions get too loud, just call it background from the crowd. White noise! White noise! The official go to answer deployment device. When somebody asks, can you explain? Just hit repeat and say the same. We need some answers, we need some clues. We need a little less interview blues. But from the podium came the mighty refrain. Everybody calm down, here comes the same. Every sheriff's heard it for 50 years. So all that criticism disappears. The crowd said, wait, we're still confused. The microphone said, congratulations, you've been duped. White noise, white noise. A symphony of convenient voice. When the details start to collide, just take a little verbal ride. White noise, white noise. Turn the volume up and rejoice. If you can't find the answer today, maybe the answer went away. Wow! Why not the big fancy lab downtown? Why chase the rumors flying around? We use the lab that we always use. That's the lab that we chose to choose. And if you ask about long ago, there's another story from a different show. 40 years back, that's ancient history. Cue the dramatic mystery symphony. When the microphone starts to blow and nobody knows what nobody knows, there's one little phrase that saves the day. Just wave your hands and shout hooray. Is that a fact? Is that a clue? Can we get something we can use? No need to panic, no need to fuss. The answer is static for us. White noise, white noise. The loudest sound with the least amount of choice. Questions flying left and right.
Sheriff, what about the allegations? You are all white noise.
White noise, white noise. A background band with a cheerful voice. When the public wants the why, just turn the volume up. Sky high. White noise. White noise. White noise. White noise.
All right, everybody, I am back. Yeah, that was the first one I've ever done. So there's more to come. It's kind of dangerous because now I can basically make any video and turn it into a cartoon, essentially. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's very creative, too. I loved it. I think it took me about an hour to make. But thank you to Pretty Little Clues. I don't know if she's probably not in here. She's probably in bed, but she made the song, and then she sent me the song, and then I made the video. Oh, John, what's your page? What is your page, John? Let's get that in there. And welcome in everybody just getting over here. We are just getting over being on the panel, and it was a great show. Obviously, it's just good to see people working together for a common goal of common good. Now, if it comes out of anything, we don't know, but it really opened up some eyes for hopefully the FBI to look into that direction. So shout out to all the sleuths out there, because I mean, I'm just learning, but it was eye-opening. I did think it's something the FBI should look into. You know, it's they should look into it. But John, if you want to put your link in the chat, feel free. Anybody else? Oh, Alicia, thank you so much. Sleep good. Thank you for your support and modding. See you tomorrow. So we're gonna open up the panel here. If you guys have any, I want to hear what you guys think about, you know, what he presented here. I'll put that in there if anyone wants to come in the panel. But I do have a new video to review. Thank you again, Alicia, for sending that Amazon wish list. Thank you. That is amazing. Can't wait to try them out. So we will. This is Adventures with Angela, everybody. Adventures with Angela. We actually got some rain here. We actually got some rain here in Tucson. So let me know, where are you guys signing in from? Where are you guys signing in from? I'm just getting the video up. Welcome in Joan, Frederick. So that is the question of the night. Have you ever heard of YouTubers solving a case? Do you think the public, one of these clues could solve the case? This one was really interesting. I mean, it was connecting a lot of things. Sorry, I'm trying to find the video. I can't find it. I had it saved, and now when you save something, I guess you can't find it. Where the heck is he? All right, everybody, we are doing a live reaction right now. This just came out. This is with famed FBI director and famed Jim Clemente and Chris Cuomo. So here we go. This is going to be, you probably have not seen it. So hopefully you guys are like, I haven't seen that. Because I haven't. I watched the first couple minutes. I said, I'm going to save this. So we're going to watch this together. This is a live reaction. I'm going to put a link in the chat so you can go follow this page. And shout out to Chris Cuomo. He's all of a sudden covering this case like a hawk. He's on this page like a hawk now. Chris Cuomo. I know a lot of people love him or hate him. He's on the case. So there we go. Oh, see, Terry. Terry's on it. Terry, welcome to the chat. I'm having trouble with the link. It's John M. in Asia. Oh, wow. I don't know how to help you, John. Might have to try a different phone. Maybe the connection from Asia. I don't know. Corinne says, I already know the T. No, in 5 seconds. The church lady says knows to call adult protective services. Yep, that's horrible. That is the worst feeling. Fueled by Folgers and Jesus. Dom C says the public has many eyes, brains, and bodies. I believe they can solve cases. Liberty and Justice for All says, yes, the public solves many cases, maybe not. No. Yeah. Well, that's why we're not going to stop. Savage sent me the song. Awesome. Welcome in, Shadow Black Mustang. Good to see you, Tammy. Olivia FinFan, you're in Argentina. Is that where you're from? Wow. I didn't know you were all the way from Dom C. I crashed and burned my first live, but great learning experience. Horrible lighting, glare on my glasses. Yeah, but that's the main thing. I mean, I'm sure I got a glare. I don't know. It's just mainly getting out there, and it is hard to put out yourself and be vulnerable, but I'm proud of you, Dom C. And let me know, what is your channel? Can I put the channel in the chat so we can get some subs over to Dom C? Marianne, hello. Hello. Yep, no hurry. There's no hurry. Good job. What is the channel? Welcome in, welcome in, Sal. Lot of the usual suspects are in the chat. Welcome. Good to see you all. Let's see if I can find your channel now. That's going to be Dom C. Okay, everybody go to @DomC303. @DomC303 and give her a follow. We're trying to get her to some more subscribers tonight. She just started her channel. Dom C. .303. Yep, there it is. I'm gonna put it in. Ooh, 2 more till you have 50. Okay, I'm 49th, so you just need 1 more till you get 50. So I'm gonna put Dom C's channel in there. Get and follow Dom C right now. There it is. I just put it in the chat. Let's get her. Let's get her up. Maybe we can get her 20, 25, 30 new subs right now. T. Fin, you're in Ozarks. Okay. Oh, Gibbons is back. Oh, Gabbins. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're having a good night. Savage subbed up. Let me check that email too. I didn't get an email. I don't know if maybe my email is not working. It's the second person that said my email is 857live@gmail. Do. All right, I'm gonna go hit the like button on Dom C's. So I hit the like button. I'm gonna make a comment. All right, I did that. I made the comment. All right, everybody, go over to Dom C's channel. She's got 61 now. She had 49 a minute ago, 48. She's at 61. Let's see if we can get her some more subs. Well, we're about to play this new video with the best. Everybody says this guy's the best. The best FBI profiler in America. Retired. And let me put the link one more time. We are going to listen to Chris Cuomo. And here's Dom C's page. $63 subscribers now. Let's see how many we can get her up to. No, it's not Cuomo, it's Jim Clemente, but Cuomo is interviewing him. The email address is 857live@gmail.com.
Welcome to Cuomo Crime Time. I'm Chris Cuomo. The Nancy Guthrie case just keeps throwing us curveballs. Now, after all that talk about the notes, what seemed kind of obvious in the beginning now winds up being the reckoning of the FBI. After all that drama with Harvey Levin and TMZ, and, it was always weird to me. Why didn't Harvey just put up the money? If he believed in these notes that he was getting.
So the title of this is The FBI Fumbled the Guthrie Ransom, Then Blame the Notes. So he's going to interview Jim Clemente here in a minute. Is this the right one? I got to make sure this is the right one, everyone. I don't want to play. Yeah, this is it.
Why didn't he just put up the money and see where it led? Hey, if you worst case scenario, you lose the money, but you're a very profitable corporation, but he never did that. Maybe he had his own misgivings. And the FBI with their two notes that were really a very big inclination or indication that this may end, that there may be some type of satisfaction here, some kind of positive closure. Now, the FBI says those TMZ notes, almost certainly illegitimate. And the two notes that went to the local police station. Now, Brian Enton at News Nation will say his sources in the investigation are still open to them being related to the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. But other members of the FBI say no. They don't believe those are real either. And they haven't been able to track any of the people down who are connected to them. Now, what a curveball. And it leaves us back where we started with this ominous video of this guy who, to me and to most of the experts I talk to, does not present as a pro with a plan. If you have a planned kidnapping, the fundamental aspect of it is what? Timing. Okay? Timing is everything. And celerity of dispatch, as they talk about in the investigation world, meaning what? Get in and out fast. This guy seems to have no plan, seems to stumble on the ring cam, is looking around for what to do about it, is dressed in a way that seems amateurish, is moving in a way that seems way too taking his sweet time. So what does that speak to? It speaks to this not being planned, at least not well. Maybe it was a botched home invasion, but even then, through the front door? Who does that? And then who abducts an old lady? No one. Very, very rare. Do they kill them? Yes. Do they rape them? Yes. Do they kill them incident to a burglary? Yes. But do they take them? No. No. And that clearly happened here. Why? The blood trail. So who did this and why? We don't know. How maddening that must be for Savannah and the family. And I will say this. This suggestion that Savannah Guthrie, forget about the ugly suggestion that her family had something to do with it. That was irresponsible, though I didn't like the sheriff clearing the family the way he did either. There's no reason for you to make any moves that are definitive in an investigation, especially early on. Although I'm not surprised he made it, given how kind of unorthodox and inefficient many of the moves early on were in this investigation. Like what? Like not bringing in the FBI with the resources that they have, especially when you have forensic evidence and you know that they have the best lab structure and process that you could ask for. Why delay on that? Well, there's a history of it with this office, but that doesn't
Not
make it
yet,
okay.
Shadow.
And obviously,
not
they
yet,
didn't really
Shadow.
know how to do this case.
Not yet.
Didn't know how to do it well. They got super, super fortunate with the finding of that metadata that led them to the video. And they believe there are at least 2 different clips that they could look at. So where does it leave us?
All right, here we go.
Phishing emails, not the kind I like with an F, a PH. They happen all the time. They're getting better and better. You got all different kinds of software.
All right, everybody. This is Chris Cuomo. He's got a new show, I guess. It's called, I don't know, I'll get the name of it. But in a minute, he's going to be interviewing famed profiler Jim Clemente and the attorney from the OJ case.
Control farms and AI and automated things coming at you. It's harder and harder to see it coming, and it's harder and harder to escape it once you make one wrong move. You click the link, enter your information, and suddenly you're done. They got you in a way that is very hard to undo, unless you have OmniWatch. OmniWatch is a great countermeasure. Scans Gmail and Outlook for phishing threats before you click. Offers 3. You know that if there's any way that they can find to kill you, they're going to do it. Unless what you do is you appeal to the family and their desperation for closure and the return of their loved one, whom at this point you almost have to believe would have succumbed to the captivity. Why? Because she was in ill health, didn't have her medication. They haven't been able to track her pacemaker or the medical device that was in her. And now I know a little bit of this is because that's what was suggested in the letters. But if the FBI don't believe those letters, then let's push that to the side and instead just play on their basic sense of human self-protection. That if you know they're going to get you at some point, is there a world where they come forward and say, we'll give you the body. We never meant to do this. We want some kind of deal. Would the family be involved in that? Yeah, on some level. Would they be willing to do that? I don't know. I mean, that's for them. Would you? How did that work? How would it work? Could it work? And have we ever seen anything like it? That's what I want to discuss today on Cuomo Crime Time, because if ransom is no longer a thing, if the notes were never real, because look, if they don't believe the notes, then this wasn't a kidnapping for ransom. Well, then what was it? Was it a burglary gone bad by somebody who was on drugs or not of their right mind? That's now much more likely. Why? Well, because a kidnap and ransom demand, even if the person is killed in the process, happens. There's a ransom demand. And if they don't believe these notes, that means that there has been. The FBI reportedly sent cryptocurrency to the wallet listed in one of the ransom demands.
The FBI sent the money, so I guess the money must be still sitting there. Wow. I thought the family sent it. I thought the family sent the money in. And thank you again, Kathleen, and Fueled by Folgers and Jesus. Make sure you get over and give his channel a follow. Excuse me, been doing great lives. And liberty, justice for all. Thank you for all your support and also great comments. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. This is Chris Cuomo, and we are doing a live reaction today. He just said the FBI is the one who put the money in. I thought it was the family who put the money in. What did you guys think?
And no one ever claimed it. Isn't that interesting? That's something that hasn't been widely reported. Now, what does that speak to? Well, that speaks to it being illegitimate. Why? Because someone got spooked, that they didn't expect it to go this well, and now they were afraid of getting caught. Who isn't afraid of getting caught? Well, someone who was willing to take this risk in the first place. And if this was their design of, you're going to pay me this way, they'd take the money because that's what justified the risk for them in the first place. So if it's not about ransom, then what was it? And can it be anything other than a burglary gone bad? These are really hard questions, and they've proven very hard to answer. So I wanted to bring in two very good legal minds. One of them, a longtime New York State prosecutor, an FBI profiler, and of course, a podcaster and co-host and creator of the show, Real Crime Profile, Mr. Jim Clemente. And he's also a writer and producer on CBS's Criminal Minds. This is a man with an amazing pedigree who has seen it all, but has he seen this? And Mr. Mark Garagos, defense counsel extraordinaire, so good I hired him myself.
Yeah, I mean he does a pretty good job. I'm not gonna lie. Even though he was critical on us, Sal, he was critical on YouTubers, but he's good at what he does. I'm not gonna sit and bash him because he bashed us. I have respect.
Mark and Jim,
I
thank
agree
you
with
very
you.
much for
Here we
joining
go.
me. This Guthrie case, very vexing, especially in light of this latest potential reckoning of the FBI that they don't buy the ransom notes. And my understanding is that means not just the ones that went to TMZ, but the ones that went to the TV studio as well. Jim, does that line up for you?
It doesn't. I'm sorry. I have to disagree. I think that that is probably the opinion of one or two people maybe at the FBI. But when a case is big, you almost have like a task force attack at it. And there's going to be a lot of people and a lot of different opinions. And actually, that's how investigations come up with the best results, is when people disagree and they argue and they try to figure out who's right. But I think there are too many. There are indicators that the letters are real. The two letters that went to TMZ. Well, one went to TMZ and the other one went to the local news station. But the two early ones that Savannah has stated that she believed they were real, I believe the FBI would have told her if they thought otherwise. But I also believe that the detail and the request for money, though I think the letters were probably real, I don't know for certain that money was their ultimate goal.
And when we say real, Mark, we mean that we believe they came from people who were involved. What do you think of that?
Well, the one thing is he says Jim Clemente, he is the famed profiler. And he is the one that he said originally he thinks it's only one person because there's no evidence that there's more than two or more than one. So he said, why? I mean, everything that anyone that says there's multiple, the only thing we've been provided is a picture or a video of one suspect. Something to think about.
I think he's absolutely right. And I will tell you why. I have it on pretty good authority that what happened was there was a Reuters report, and that report was not wrong. They were led to believe that there was somebody at the FBI who did not believe they were real. That was a person who I'm told was basically CYA covering their ass because they were now getting challenged by others because others had second guessed what was done initially with the wallet for the Bitcoin. That was what the problem was. They for lack of a better term, fumbled the Bitcoin wallet tracing initially, and they came out later that others in the FBI understood what had happened. And that is why you saw the rather, at least from my viewpoint, unprecedented press release by the Phoenix office of the FBI, where not only did they not debunk the ransom notes, they went so far as to say they were investigating this as a kidnapping for ransom. You have to understand that that is very rare to have a law enforcement agency smack dab in the middle of investigation react to a specific report that was sourced to law enforcement in real time, meaning the same day. That, I think, speaks volumes.
I agree.
So when they put the money in the Bitcoin, supposedly nobody took it. What does that mean, Jim?
Well, they were trying to tickle the wire, and there was no response. Unfortunately, it could have also created a situation where the kidnapper or kidnappers felt like they were trying to be tricked, and that may have set them off. That may have just put them into further hiding. But I think there are definitely indications that this is different than your average kidnapping case. First of all, there have been barely any legitimate, real kidnapping for ransom cases. It's a very small number in the history of the United States. And in this case, they did something that is almost always forbidden in other cases, and that is they went to the media, which would immediately alert the public and the police. Generally, kidnapping ransom demands are made privately to the family or to the corporation, and they are demanding that you don't go to the police and you don't tell the press because they don't want publicity, they want the money. So what does this tell me? What did this person actually get? They got the attention of the world, and they got Savannah Guthrie to come on and talk to them through the media, and they saw her cry, they saw her beg, and that may be all they wanted.
That is another point, is if somebody had no intention of getting money and the ransom notes are not real, say they're not real, and they just wanted to get revenge, that would be the way to do it. That would be the way to do it. And then they just walk away, their revenge is done. But that's been a point that has been brought up for a while. And thank you again. Reaching the goal. Kathleen, thank you. Says, got your goal. Thank you. So that is the main point. And so here we go. Back to this is where we're all making new judgments based on what new information. Now, I tend to believe this guy right here because he's been doing it for, I think, 30, 40 years. He's retired now, but that is Jim Clemente and Mark Garagos with Chris Cuomo.
Mark, have you ever seen a case like that?
It's very interesting. By the way, I'm going to steal the term "tickle the wire," but what happened here was exactly as described. Sometimes somebody may know. I've seen this within the last month in some of my bank accounts. You do a test wire or a test ACH for a penny, for a dime, just to see if it works. Apparently, what happened is that was done here. Instead of doing that surreptitiously or doing the larger amount, that basically shut down the communication. That is what got second guessed internally, that tickling of the wire. I love the expression.
Tickling.
But that
Tickling.
is what triggered
Good night,
the second
Fin Fan.
guessing
Good
of
night,
what
buddy.
happened initially, had them go to ground. There are, nobody's going to know until one of the Confederates or one of the
Scott
people
Peterson.
who actually was intimately involved ends up kind of detailing this. But I think there is a working theory amongst the investigators that what happened was that this was what was described initially as one of these cross-border quick kind of snatch and grabs. They didn't realize when they did it that this woman had the medical ailments that she had, that she then passed away very quickly, and then everything kind of became unhinged, if you will, or even more unhinged than it was initially. I don't think for a second that they intended to grab her and to do harm initially. I think it was what was described by some law enforcement immediately the day or two afterwards, which is, you guys in LA and New York don't understand. This is more common. It's not all the time, but it happens when you're close to the border, that there are these kinds of snatch and grabs and to try to get quick money. And when she kind of disintegrated physically and her health disintegrated, that's when everything kind of unraveled.
How do you square that universe of possibility, Jim, with what we see on the video, which is a guy who does not seem to have.
All right, I'm interested.
Which is exactly. This is someone who did have a fair level of planning. I mean, he dressed up like he probably saw on TV, and but it was ineffective. His dress did not prevent him from showing very specific characteristics about himself. You could pretty much tell that he was not a black male, that he had some facial hair, that he didn't cover his mouth with a surgical mask, so he breathed out DNA the entire time he was in that house. He certainly didn't have a plan to deal with that door camera and to put weeds up on it. When he did that, I believe he exposed a tattoo on his right wrist. There were a number of mistakes that he made, but he did actually have a plan. He was just low on the criminal sophistication level. I don't believe he's ever done this before. I don't believe I think a lot of what gave him the luck of getting away was mischaracterization, I believe, of what happened on that first night. And unfortunately, very poor security around the crime scene.
Wow, Jim Clemente called him out. He basically called out Sheriff Danos.
Scene should have been held in place and preserved. The entire yard, everything from the street to the back of the backyard, all of that should have been preserved until they had the entire thing processed.
Wow, that's important right there, guys and gals. That is important. We're going to get back to the interview right now, but let's go to the chat and see what you guys think. What do you guys think? He's a good profiler, Kim says. You can't ignore facts. And that's what we're trying to keep, a little bit of the common sense facts. And yeah, that is Scott Peterson's lawyer. Trying to be better about getting on these comments. Exactly what my husband said. Not like someone needed the house back. Exactly. That house was empty. It sits empty. It's almost, they have so many cameras now, there should be nothing to be worried about. Uh, so we're going to get back to this interview. Great interview information. Yeah, I agree, Kathleen. This is especially with Jim Clemente. Here we go. Back to it.
Been something that's kind of haunted me, and I take a look at the one that resonates as true is the one where somebody at least arguably says, I know what happened. I've got a screen grab, if you will, for lack of a better term. I would like to collect my Bitcoin, although I never quite understood that when there's $1 million reward that's put up. But the letters do appear to be well written. I don't know if that isn't ChatGPT or some other kind of artificial intelligence. Based on the kind of snippets I've seen, it's entirely possible. I just think that the characterization of this as clumsy that's the word that if you were to ask me one word, I would say clumsy. Low criminal sophistication, absolutely. I just don't think they knew what they were getting into. And frankly, I don't think anybody could have ever foreseen the level of scrutiny and the level of media attention on this that still continues to this day. I mean, you know, Savannah is very well known, but her mother and kidnapping her mother or abducting her mother, did anybody think 3 months ago, 4 months ago, whatever it was, that this could explode into a story that knocks every other story off of the map? I don't think anybody would have expected that.
That is a good point. This story, and if he's saying that, he's like a biggest lawyer in America, and he's saying that. But is there any media out here covering the story? Why are the media scared to come back out to Tucson?
I also didn't think that they wouldn't solve it, especially because of the kind of, you know, what we see on that video. You characterize it how you want, but that's not a guy who doesn't get caught, Jim.
Right. I agree. I believe that video is ultimately going to help catch him, identify him. But can I go back and say something about the verbiage in the letters? I think the one, Mark, that you're referring to is probably, I don't know, I think it's distinguishable from the other two that they have.
So do I.
Basically said is real. But the verbiage in there, I would call it cumbersome verbiage, that her death was unintentional and that she was buried with nature now. You're very possibly correct that ChatGPT could have come up with those things because
didn't you get that impression?
Yeah.
I got that impression just because cumbersome's also a great word on it because it just was stilted. It just was not natural, right?
It was an accident. That's how normal people would say it.
Right.
And
right. Who says she's with nature? I mean, that's it.
But yeah, with nature is a very strange way to characterize it. And you bury somebody in a place, not, you don't, if they said she's with nature, then she could have been discarded in nature. But buried with nature does not work in terms of how humans actually speak. So I agree with you that this is potentially something that was run through an AI writer. And if it wasn't, then perhaps this person is trying to appear more intellectual than they actually are, using larger words, multisyllabic words, and saying things like buried with nature to make it sound more profound. It's not something that we haven't seen before. Let's talk about the Unabomb case. I mean, here's somebody who was an intellectual who was using very poor grammatic structure and so forth to try to make it look like he was an airplane mechanic or something. But unfortunately for him, when Jim Fitzgerald, who was a forensic linguistic profiler that worked with us in the FBI, when he saw the overall structure and thematic way in which he wrote, he said, this is more like a doctoral thesis than something an airline mechanic would have said. And it turned out to be correct.
And to your point, you know, the Unabomber, whether it's Tyler Robinson, whether it's other cases, Yeah, I would have expected, and the only reason that I keep telling, if this third, what I call the third note, is real and you're a Confederate, go lawyer up and get a lawyer to broker you a deal, is when you're outside of that first 48 or 72 hours of trying to solve this, it's almost, in my experience, and I've probably been around thousands of these, my experience is the way they then get solved after that is when there is a relative, a Confederate, or somebody, you know, the old expression, loose lips. And that's what ends up kind of solving the case. And so I am somewhat surprised that that has not happened, or at least from the outside looking in, it hasn't happened yet.
Right. The teasing the wire theory. So this
tickling
the wire.
Yeah, that comes from old mob cases where if we wanted to identify who was in that chain of command, you do something to someone, and then you have a wire up. You do something that to a lower level person who's going to bring it up the chain of command. That's tickling the wire, and then you get that you build that command structure from that.
Good, and
Man, tickling the wire. That has been a term thrown around. The tickling the wire does not seem to have worked.
Thank you for the explanation. So if you were doing it to tickle the wire, did the FBI screw up by not putting the full amount of what they wanted in the account? And do we know that that's what happened?
I think that you have sort of a dichotomy here. You have a situation in which they generally don't want to pay ransoms. The FBI generally and law enforcement in general does not want to pay ransoms. I think it happens a lot more now because of ransomware and attacks that companies have to go through. But that's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is, I don't know, somebody made the determination that you put a little bit of money in there and they're gonna somehow check it. And unfortunately, I think that was a mistake. I mean, if they had the money and they were going to try to follow the money, I think the best way to do that probably would have been to put all the money or a big chunk of money in that account so that it wouldn't be something that they would just walk away from.
I couldn't agree more. And what a great point about the ransomware. I've been shocked in the last, 6 or 7 years, even insurance companies who are providing cyber coverage have been paying ransoms more and more frequently, much to my surprise, because for the first decades of my career, it was almost uniform. You don't pay, you don't pay. Right. But something happened at a certain point, and I've noticed that it isn't every day that I've seen, but I've seen more and more frequently, and I'm constantly surprised by the number of times that people pay the ransomware ransom.
So if this was about ransom and they sent a note asking for ransom, and then you screwed up the cryptocurrency, then they just go quiet and that's it. You never hear from them again.
Yes, that's why I'm saying that I believe that maybe the actual intent was not for money, or money might have been a sideline that they hoped to get, but they weren't really motivated solely by that. And I think they may have been. This could have been someone who had a fixation on Savannah, or Nancy for that matter, but most likely Savannah, and who felt like she's not, maybe they sent her an email or flowers in the mail or something 5 years ago, and she didn't respond to them personally, or she didn't send a message to them. You don't know what's going on in their brain. And it could be that this was an attempt to get back at her, and to get her attention, which they definitely got, and to get back at her, which they definitely got. And that's why they would walk away without the money.
How often does an abduction of an adult go unsolved?
Wow, it's that's hard to say, because
something that's believed to be an abduction, not we don't know where he or she is. Did they disappear? Did somebody? This is someone took them.
Right. Well, again, you have to separate out the cartel cases, because that is a very different thing, and it's a border issue, and it's a Mexico issue that we interact with a lot here on the West Coast. But I have to say that it's not often. It is extremely rare already to have a kidnapping for ransom, and an abduction that is that it's generally motivated by other factors, and it could be sexual, it could be monetarily motivated, it could be revenge, it could be some kind of personal cause. And again, I think,
Yeah, and how often do you see the abduction of an 84-year-old? You abductions, and they aren't that frequent, but generally the target is some unmoored or untethered, or somebody who's a vulnerable younger female, overwhelmingly.
or child.
Or child, exactly. Somebody who's very vulnerable, and not that the elderly aren't, but it's extremely rare in my experience
because of the difficulty taking care of that kind of person.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
A child is easily hidden, and a child is easily taken care of, and a younger adult, of course, as well. But an older adult, there's so many more issues to be involved. And I believe that part of the reason why she was attacked at the front of the house, and that's why the blood spatter pattern that we see exists. I believe that was because she was probably disoriented. She didn't have her not earphones, her hearing aids in. She was woken up in the middle of the night, startled by a masked man. I mean, she was probably in shock until they got her outside and she realized they're trying to take me. Now, this was, I don't know what the temperature was outside, but it may have hit her in the face and woken her up. And that's when she decided to resist. And that's why I think there was only one guy there, because she was able.
Oh, he just confirmed it. He said he only thinks so. The most famed FBI profiler in America said it. He just said it right there.
To put up a fight, and they had to hit her, and I mean, pretty strongly in the face to develop that kind of blood spatter pattern, because she aspirated blood and then went down to the ground and coughed it out. And that's why you see medium velocity blood spatter there, as well as larger droplets that are low velocity. So I think that tells us a story about how it went down at the house. So I don't think he was very prepared. I don't think he had control of her before he got her out of the house. But I do know that she was alive when she left that residence.
If you're willing to punch an old lady, what does it say about you?
Yeah, pretty.
So it's quite, it says quite a bit.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Quite a bit.
And look, the best reckoning of that is you're probably somebody who commits some other kinds of crimes, and maybe you'll get picked up for one of them, or you'll be in contact with somebody else who knows somebody about what you did here. But are we at a period where that would have happened already?
Oh, I don't think that we're past that period. In fact, if anything, I think the fascination with this that still exists right now, the fact that we're doing a podcast about it, I think speaks volumes. I think that, I've been ever hopeful that at some point somebody's going to kind of have their come to Jesus moment and decide to do the right thing.
And that's what we are hoping for, going on 6 months, a come to Jesus moment. Who ripped her iWatch off her wrist? I think she might have taken it off before. I mean, most people, you're saying that you think it got ripped off. Huh. It could be. Because a lot of people, they want to keep that watch on because it records their sleep patterns. So you might be right. That's a good point, Corinne. That is a good point, Corinne. Yeah, I don't know, Savage. I just see you joined the Discord. Congratulations. Thanks for joining the Discord. Hitting up the like button, everybody. But yeah, that is a good point. Good point. Sal agrees. So, because I mean, do you guys have an Apple Watch? Do you sleep with your Apple Watch? Do you put it on the dresser? Let me know in the chat.
You could, yeah, and I've said this before, and I mean it. If somebody knows something, the easiest thing to do is find a lawyer, have that lawyer negotiate an agreement, so a non-prosecution agreement of some kind, and also.
There you go. If someone knows something, he can just call up a lawyer, file up a prosecution agreement, and then he will be immune from prosecution, and they can tell who the perp is, and let's get this case solved. If you're listening, then you know.
Get you your money if that's your motivation, and as an added bonus you get to do something good, and so why not do that? And I think that's still in play.
Is there a universe where people in this position,
you nailed it, yep,
as the abductor obviously, think, Jim, I'm going to get caught, it's just a question of when, and let me push the process and cut myself a deal?
Generally, I think people avoid that unless they think it's coming down on them right away. I thought that might happen in the days following the release of the door cam video, because I know that that person went under extreme stress at that point. Certainly they saw that. Certainly people around them who know them saw that. And there was enough identifying information in those videos, just the gait of the person, the size, the weight, the relative youth. I think it wasn't an older person in that video. And it, like I said, it wasn't an experienced criminal, but it was somebody who went shopping in Walmart for a backpack that was so ridiculous for the situation. You're doing a night operation, but you have reflective bands on your backpack. You're wearing lighter colored clothing instead of blacked out clothing. All those things would have been done by a professional, but not in this case. So somebody, this person lives with somebody, lives next door to somebody, works with somebody, interacts with somebody socially. And those people do know that this guy was acting very strange around that time and in the preceding months, and maybe was voicing how he was coming into money, or all his problems were going to be solved soon, something like that, or that he's made public statements either of affection towards Savannah Guthrie or hatred towards her. And I think all those things are possibilities that are still out there.
Mark, have you ever heard of somebody and had to handle a situation where they say, not I know something about what happened to Nancy Guthrie and I want to get out of this embezzlement case that you're helping me with, but it was me, or I had something to do with it, and I know we're going to get caught and I want to get ahead of it?
Countless times. That's why I'm somewhat surprised. To Jim's point, when that video came out, I was convinced that whoever it was would worry about the fact that the eyes were pretty. There was a pretty good shot of the eyes. Given all of the technology now available about being able to identify through eye technology, so to speak, or optical technology, whether it's clear in an airport or a DMV or something like that. I thought that was when I was like Jim. I thought that was going to make or break it. Somebody was going to say, "Oh, they got me." I never knew there was a Nest Cam. I did. Not only did I not know there was a Nest Cam or a Ring, I didn't know that they could, even when it wasn't activated, so to speak, that they could still access the footage. That would have been the time when I would have expected it. I still think that at some point, if this person is still alive, that somebody's going to come forward and say something. It's almost inevitable.
Ooh, he says it's inevitable. All right, and let me see here. This is a great comment. It's not recommended to sleep with a smartwatch on if you have a pacemaker. The watch needs to stay several inches away from the pacemaker. Wow, I had no idea. And thank you so much, C. Shelley. Cool name. I like that name. C. Shelley. Thanks for all your time you have devoted to this case and your channel. You always have something new to bring to the table. Appreciate the way you are never critical of others as well. Thank you so much, Seashell. That is sweet. Sweet comment. Thank you. Yes, we try to keep it positive, obviously. Trying to improve every day, every week. And I appreciate the support for the channel. Who knows? One day I want to start doing a little traveling around the state of Arizona. So we're just growing every day. But right now, I'm just hoping we get a break in the case. Like he said, Ali, this should be happening. It's inevitable, he said. So this is Chris Cuomo. Here's a link to the video.
If which person is alive?
The person who actually snatched, who we see in the video.
Why wouldn't they be?
It's somebody who, if there was more than one person involved, one of the ways to to dispose of a trail that leads to you is to take this person out.
Best way to keep a secret is to tell nobody or to kill whoever knows.
Correct.
The idea of it being a cartel, I mean, just anything about that video speak to that or make it much less likely that it's a cartel or anything professional?
I don't think the cartels come and shop in Walmart for a backpack. I think they would have been, instead of fumbling around with weeds in front of the camera, it would have just been smashed immediately. I don't think there was any indication that this was a sophisticated hit or abduction. This was
I don't disagree. I think my belief is that the FBI doesn't think so as well, and you've seen kind of a lack of kind of big footing by the DEA and who you would traditionally expect to take the lead. I think that they think their working theory is, yeah, it was a kidnapping for ransom, but I think they've got the same idea that Jim does, that somebody that if they keep looking kind of in Savannah's background, that's where it's going to be most fruitful.
I mean, it kind of defies expectation that they don't solve it given all the attention. And yet the cases that get solved the least are the random ones. The ones that get solved most often is where the disappearance is related to someone who knew her.
Absolutely. I think that's the same with any serious crime, that the easiest ones to solve are the ones that the violence comes from somebody in their circle, and whether that's their family, their friends, their coworkers, the people they interact with. Obviously, Nancy Guthrie would be described as a low risk individual, with some slight elevation in that she was living alone and that she got into Ubers and so forth with complete strangers, and that she was related to a famous person. So those are three things that sort of elevate her risk slightly, but she was taken out of the most secure place, where the most difficulty in abducting somebody is in the privacy and safety of their own home. So this is somebody that, because I think they were so inept at doing it, they actually did get very lucky. And maybe that's because they engaged in a lot of pre-attack surveillance. And that, again, would be something that electronically eventually is going to come back to haunt them. I'm sure they're searching every cell phone tower record for 6 months in 20-mile radius of that house, because they can pick up calls from that distance. Also, some of the cars and license plate readers and all the video cameras in every ATM and street camera and so forth, and obviously any kind of door cameras that are on any of the routes in and out of that particular neighborhood. There's a lot of data to be collected and gone through, and hopefully they collected a lot of DNA data from the house, and hopefully that is being gone through as well with forensic genetic genealogy.
What do you think the best piece of evidence is they could have had early on, but don't because of how it was handled?
DNA in that house. Yeah, that I would have swept that entire house. Obviously, you want to maximize. Any house contains DNA for many years, decades, from people who were coming in and out. But you would want to basically focus on the places this person was, which would have been at the doorways, that would have been at the bedside, and whatever hallway that led there. And I think those should have been swabbed to an extreme extent. Nobody knew at the beginning how long this was going to take, but that's it. The foundation of any investigation is going to be the forensic searches that are done, and preserving the scene until it can be completed. Dr. Lee told me one time that I think somewhere in the Philippines, they saved a crime scene for him for 18 months until he could get there. They literally sealed off this entire place for 18 months until he could get there and do the forensics. And that's what should have been done here.
How do you think this ends, Mark?
I think somebody who is close to somebody involved eventually comes forward if they haven't already.
Let's hope.
And I think it's just a matter
Let's
of
hope.
time. The interesting thing is we're talking about how clumsy it is and unsophisticated. At the same time, it kind of cuts against our entire thesis here by the fact that they haven't solved it in this period of time with the amount of resources that's been devoted to this. So that's one of the great ironies about it.
Jim, how do you think it ends?
Well, hopefully it's with Mark giving me a call saying, "Hey, I got the guy. Tell your friends at the FBI." I'm sorry, I'm trying to be light about it. Unfortunately, this is a very sad case because Nancy Guthrie is pretty obviously deceased at this point, and the family has to suffer with that the rest of their lives. I do believe that the DNA coupled with the images that they were able to pull off of that camera are going to join up at some point, and they're going to use forensic genetic genealogy, and they're going to track down a number of people who fit the age and physical characteristics that they actually see. They'll be able to whittle down to one person, collect something they discard, and then find the actual abductor / killer.
Do you think there's any universe where there's more contact?
No, I don't believe so. It would only increase their chances of being caught.
Mark, but then there's no return on all this risk.
Correct.
Unless it's what Jim says, which was this kind of like, emotional, kind of vampire deal.
If it's somebody who's unstable, it's trying to put a rational prism on it is very difficult. And who knows, they could cycle in and out of the whatever psychotic cyclical pattern they're in. You never know. I just think that there still is hope that they will solve it, just given all the resources of it and the attention on it.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. This is a case that it kills us that it's not getting solved. Everything about it says it should be solved, and it hasn't been. And we will stay on it. And I appreciate the insight. Thank you, fellas.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Take care, Mark.
They make a lot of sense, but it still stings, doesn't it? Look, I understand the theory that this is just one source that Reuters used. And I think that that's really what tells you the story. It's just one source. It's not the FBI overall. And that's why they put out that statement. I agree. I agree in part because that was my initial analysis on it. But there is also always the chance that, look, you got to be careful when you go with one source. You got to really believe that that source is so central to what you're covering and so credible that it's worth not having a second source, so highly placed, But it is much more likely that they would have debunked the letters a lot sooner, and they would not have led family to believe that they were legitimate. And they would not put out a statement the way the Phoenix office did either, which is very unconventional. So what does that tell us? Well, I think it's a hopeful sign because it is that this didn't just happen and then the person just disappeared, never to be heard from again. that there was contact, and maybe they did screw it up with the crypto, but if there was contact once, there can be contact again. And there is a little bit of a forensic trail, although it's really hard to find people from their online behavior. You know, we think it's getting easier and easier to find you. It is, but it's also getting simultaneously easier and easier to evade being identified. Trust me, we deal with it all the time. So I don't think it's over. I don't. I do think they're going to catch the guy. Why? Because it's too big a deal to be connected to for someone not to talk about it, either who was involved directly or indirectly. And I don't think it's over in terms of contact. Why? You put up so much risk for no reward other than what Jim Clemente laid out, which is, very likely possible, if not probable, which is all of this is what they wanted. But does that guy on that porch look like somebody who's got that well-developed a sense of his own pathology, or does he seem to be rumbling, fumbling, and stumbling? I think that this was someone who didn't really know or appreciate what they were getting into. That's what it looks like to me. And hopefully it gets solved very soon. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, there is the link to go watch the full video. The full video. Yeah, I didn't see anybody trolling, luckily. But we do have some new, if you are a member, we do have some new emojis. Terry, did you see the new emojis? And Olivia, we do have a no troll emoji. I'm going to be adding more of those here this week. Oh, there he is. There he is. All right, I got him out of here. I got him out of here. I saw him. Yeah, some people can't stand Chris Cuomo, but occasionally we do get the trolls in at night. All right, we're going to go right to another live reaction. This one just came out today. And this is one thing that has been said for a while is people said, was the suspect in the house ahead of time? Every time we think of something, Brew Crew, he does a video. He's thinking like us, did the abductor wait inside for hours? So I got this on a little bit faster speed. We're going to react to this, but I did like what they had to say in the Chris Cuomo video. The main thing he kept saying is Mark Garagos is said he thinks that someone is going to break, it's $1.2 million. I mean, come on. $1.2 million. So real quickly, we are going to take a moment of silence while I get this video for Nancy Guthrie. All right, everybody, we are back. Thank you. And we are keeping the hope. This is the Hope community. Thank you, Debbie. I got the email. We'll play that song at the end. If hopefully, yeah, we'll play that song at the end. Good night, liberty, justice for all. And thank you again for your support. Thank you so much for the super. Have a good night. See you next time. I saw you on Brew Crew front and center. Oh, you did? Oh, that's funny. Olivia found the new emojis, and so did Domsey. Love troops, freedom, love peace, peace, love, no trolls, jail sucks, Tucson. Oh, that's funny. That's what they're all named on the back end. Thank you, Deborah. Yes, we hope and pray. But I mean, we could get a break. People are saying they think they have someone. It's I don't know why they think that, but let's get to this video. It's called Nancy Guthrie Case. Did the abductor wait inside for hours?
There's a very important detail in the Nancy Guthrie investigation that I want to talk more about today. And many of you brought this up recently in the comments, and I just think that it deserves a little more attention. You know, that's Nancy's medication. We've talked about this before, but I think we need to go into a little more detail today. Because from everything that we've learned publicly, Nancy returned home from dinner that evening on January the 31st. But her nightly medication was reportedly never taken. And if her routine was interrupted before she ever had the chance to settle in that evening, then we have to ask an entirely different question. Was someone already waiting inside that house before Nancy ever walked through the door? That possibility completely changes how we look at this crime. Today, I want to examine the logistics of that theory, not to say that that's what happened, but to ask whether the evidence that we know publicly could fit that scenario. Because if it does, some of the biggest mysteries in this case suddenly become a little bit easier to understand. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Charles Brewer. I've spent 21 years in law enforcement, and here on this channel, we analyze real criminal investigations through a law enforcement perspective. If you enjoy calm, evidence-based discussions, I'd appreciate it if you just hit that like button for me and subscribe if you haven't already, and join the Brew Crew community as we continue to follow this case together. Now, let's get on into this because I want to talk about the medication timeline, because one thing that investigators always study is a routine. Criminals, they may lie. Witnesses, they may forget, but routines they're remarkably dependable. Nancy was 84 years old. She had health concerns. She lived a structured life. Now, if her medication truly was never taken that evening, then something interrupted her normal routine almost immediately after she got home. From an investigative standpoint, that matters in this case. If she walked inside, closed the garage, set her belongings down, and was confronted maybe almost immediately, then that tells us that this wasn't a burglar just wandering through the neighborhood looking for an easy target. This would suggest planning, preparation, someone who either knew that she would be coming home or someone who intended to wait until she did. Now think about the patience that requires. 4, 5, possibly 6 hours sitting inside a stranger's home. Or was it even a stranger? This has been a question also. We don't know. But I'll tell you, that's not normal criminal behavior. That's something, that someone committed a plan. Someone planned this. Someone was willing to wait. Someone confident that Nancy was eventually coming back. And that raises another important question, because how would they know her schedule? Was it surveillance? Maybe previous observation? Or did someone just simply notice a predictable routine? Maybe there was another source of information that investigators have never discussed publicly. Those are all fair investigative questions. They're questions that law enforcement is almost certainly asking today. Now, let's put ourselves into the investigative mode here, because if an offender entered the house hours before Nancy returned, now we don't know this, but if they did, what are they doing during all that time?
Exactly.
Maybe are they listening, learning the layout of the house? Were they studying every sound, every light, every creaking floor? They would know exactly where to stand and exactly where to hide, exactly how long it takes for someone to move from the garage to the kitchen. And by the time Nancy walked in, the offender would already know the house. That would explain why everything happened so quickly here. No panic, no searching, and no hesitation, just immediate action. Now, from a law enforcement perspective, that's something that detectives would absolutely have to evaluate. Now, here's another question that naturally follows. If someone spent 4, 5, or even 6 hours inside Nancy's home, they would have been taking an enormous risk. Most burglars aren't going to sit inside a residence that long unless
The only thing that cancels that out is if they had a photo or if they had cameras in the house. Nancy would have gotten an alert that there was people in her house. So from what we all know, there's cameras in the house. So I don't know.
They have confidence that they won't be captured on video. And that brings us to the home security cameras. If the offender was comfortable remaining inside for hours, was that because they already understood how those cameras worked? Did they know which cameras were recording, which cameras weren't, or how the system operated? If the answer to any of those questions is yes, then investigators, they have to ask an important question here. How would someone know that? Now, one possibility is that they had been inside Nancy's home before, maybe just as a guest, maybe a worker, maybe in some other legitimate capacity. Another possibility is that they had spent enough time conducting surveillance to understand the security system before that night. Either scenario suggests planning, it suggests familiarity. And from a law enforcement perspective, familiarity is something that detectives, they pay very close attention to. Now, that doesn't automatically mean the offender personally knew Nancy. It does not.
You make a good
Not
point,
necessarily.
Mike.
People can become familiar with a home without having a close relationship with the homeowner. But if investigators determine that someone confidently remained inside that residence for several hours, I think one of the first questions that we're going to be asking is whether that confidence came from prior knowledge of the house and its security system, because criminals, they usually don't gamble with cameras that they know nothing about. And before we go any further, I want to hear from you today. Do you think this was someone who entered only minutes before Nancy got home? Or could someone really have waited inside for hours? Leave your thoughts below, because I read more comments than most of you realize. And many of the best discussion points in these videos.
Go leave a comment on his and we'll let him know what you think. Brew Crew Beyond 50.
Come directly from this community. Now, let's move to something that bothered me from the very beginning, that front door. Now, we have seen evidence of blood near the front door. If Nancy exited through the front door, how was the front door later found locked? There are several possibilities. One, the offender used Nancy's keys. That's entirely possible. Two, maybe a second individual remained inside long enough to secure the front door before leaving through another exit. Remember, it was reported that the back door was propped open when Nancy's family arrived. That would immediately raise the possibility of more than one offender. The third thing is if the home had technology capable of remotely securing access points. Some homes do. Investigators would obviously evaluate that as well. And I'm not saying that's what happened, because we don't know. It's not been reported. But some homes have this technology. I'm saying that those are the kinds of logistical questions that detectives work through, because every locked door tells part of the story as well as a prop door. Now, I want to talk about something else that many of you have noticed. Several viewers have pointed out that what appears to be the foliage overlapping areas where the blood droplets were seen and discussed publicly on that front porch. And I'm not saying that that's conclusive evidence of anything. Images can be misleading. Angles matter. Lighting matters. Investigators, they have access to far more information than we do. And I've seen these images as well. But here's what I think is worth discussing. If the camera area was manipulated after Nancy had already been removed from the home, that would suggest someone returned to deal with the camera rather than just simply escaping immediately. Why does this matter? Because, they knew that the camera represented evidence. And if porch guy is indeed seen after Nancy was already removed, that would explain why his movement appeared so calm. He's not rushing. He's not looking over his shoulder constantly. He's acting like someone whose primary task at that moment is dealing with the camera. Again, that's only one interpretation, but it is one that investigators they would have to examine. Now we come to another question. Could one individual accomplish everything reportedly associated with this case?
What do you think? Could one person accomplish this? I think one person could, especially if they were on something and their adrenaline's going. I think one person could.
It is possible. But let's think through the logistics here, because an 84-year-old woman, a residence, time inside the residence, managing evidence, leaving without attracting attention, potentially transporting a victim, potentially manipulating cameras, securing the residence afterwards. Now, could one offender do all of this? Yes, they could. Could 2 offenders make every one of those tasks easier? Absolutely. One remains inside. One handles the transportation. One watches outside. One does all the communicating. Those are possibilities that must be considered. The evidence and not assumptions will ultimately answer that question. Now, before I wrap this up, I want to recognize something very important. And maybe I mentioned this too often in my videos. I don't know, maybe so. I just know that there have been a lot of negative comments about content creators lately. And if you think about it, if it weren't for those faithful few who have been out there every day bringing attention to this case, bringing attention to Nancy Guthrie, it would really sound like crickets around this case. Really. There are numerous creators, local residents, community members, and people who are literally putting boots on the ground around Tucson, and they continue keeping Nancy's face in front of the public. They continue reminding people about Porch Guy. They continue asking questions, and that's not competition. That's community. Every responsible communicator who keeps this case visible increases the chances that someone recognizes something that they've overlooked until now. Just one phone call, one memory, one person recognizes a face. And sometimes that's all it takes. So what I say to each of you out there with a camera and a voice, keep pounding the pavement. Keep Nancy's name in front of the public, because your content may be what breaks this case wide open.
Wow.
Now, as we move closer to the 6-month mark, remember this.
Shout out to Brew Crew. Look at that. He's saying he's so right. Look at that. Could you imagine if it was only the 3 stations, 4 big stations covering this? Everybody would have already forgot about it. Beamer Girl says if they were in the house already, they waited for her to pull up and put on her PJs. They could have been in the house, and then when she got in the house, they hid and they waited for her to get to bed. That could have been the case. So they could have heard her pull up. They hide. Maybe they're in the backyard hiding. They know the door's open. Maybe they hide in the house. They wait her to, I don't know. It's a theory that people have thought. Yes, Brew Crew, yeah, we support him too. So it is a interesting thought. Let's get to the finish of this video. Here we go.
Investigators, they know far more than we do. They're working with evidence that the public has never seen. We're looking through a keyhole. They're inside the room. So today's discussion isn't about proving a theory. It's about asking whether the publicly known facts fit one possible sequence of event. That's exactly what investigators do. They test possibilities. Then they eliminate the ones that evidence doesn't support. Eventually, one remains. And listen to the individual out there, or individuals responsible for Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Every day that passes, technology gets better. DNA science gets stronger. Digital evidence becomes easier to recover. Witnesses remember things that they once was afraid to say. Someone knows who you are. Someone recognizes your movements. Someone recognizes the person on that porch. And you may think that time is helping you, but from my experience, time is usually helping investigators. And if you're watching today, do the right thing. Come forward. Bring Nancy home. And to Nancy's family, we're continuing to pray for answers. And to everyone working this investigation, thank you for staying with it. And to the community here on my channel, keep thinking and observing. Keep discussing respectfully. Sometimes one overlooked detail changes everything. Now, if you've enjoyed this analysis today, don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, and share this video out with someone who's following the Nancy Guthrie case. And until this case is resolved and Nancy is finally returned home to her family, and the person responsible is held accountable for the pain that they've caused.
Thank you.
I'll see you all in the next video.
There he is, Brew Crew. Brew Crew, Beyond 50. Everybody loves him. Thank you. That was a good insight. And he always has that final message. We're going to keep her name out there. And thank you, MAGA Mama B. All your hard work, much appreciated. Thank you. God bless. Much love. God bless you. Thank you. Ali, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, he is on point. He is on point. Fueled by Folgers and Jesus. I'll bring him in because I know he just had his stream. We did send over some people over there, so hopefully it was a good stream. But there is the link if someone wants to come on to the panel. I'm sure Christian will be on there. A little late night panel. Got a little bit of energy left. Late night panel. So welcome in everybody. Well, we're waiting. We'll jump to the song that Savage made. So we're gonna do a little break here. Here's a little song by Savage. Everybody give her big hearts for Savage. It's called Brothers from Afar.
Savage CC, decades deep, 3 kings ride brothers from afar. JLR, Alex, Damien speak, warrior hearts each carry a scar. From the dirt to the throne, from the pain to the pride in our chest. We don't fold, we don't moan, we stand tall, go hard in the test. Sick of snakes and never show real respect. Fake love talking all night, but we keep our heads up high. We don't break, we don't hide. Cause we are one, cause we are one. No one can take us down. We stand as one, fire in our blood. Respect and love, we rise together now. We stand as one. Stand as one. Got our armies riding close. They gonna answer every call. Any burden, any blow.
Awesome.
They gon' catch us when we fall. Different blocks, different lanes. Still we move with the same flame. When the world draws a line, we erase it, we reclaim. Sick of sirens always flashing so bright. Pressure on the streets all night. But we keep our heads up high. We don't break, we don't hide.
Very awesome. I love it. I'm gonna put it in the what's it called? Forgot what I was saying. Welcome in, Christian. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. How did the show go?
I had like 2 people watching, but it's expected right now because a lot of my audience that I have, my regular followers, they're asleep at this time. I just got to start scheduling maybe during the day or afternoon or early evening when there's more people awake. But
Well, what
it
you
is
could
what it
do
is.
is if you do some videos, right? Plan it out a little bit. You can get to the lives, but do a couple videos where you got a good point, right? And then do the video, and then we'll watch it live on a show one day, and then I'll put the link.
I could do that. I could do a couple videos.
So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do a little trial run right here. Okay.
All right.
All right. I'm putting you on the spot, so you might want to sit up. I don't need. You're probably laying down. I mean, it's late where you're at, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, I just got off work.
We're gonna do a little. I'm putting you on the spot. Yeah, let's put his channel in. Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay. I see. Okay, so you just did your channel. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do here, but I'm gonna get your channel up. So we're gonna have we're doing some intense watching here. And now we're just gonna have a little fun for a minute. Fueled by Folgers in Jesus. All right, you got your drink and everything, and you're ready to go?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna put a link because I gotta run to the other room. So here's a link. Now you don't gotta go to your channel, but I just put a link so they can follow you.
No problem.
But now you have officially taken over the show for the next 5 minutes. I gotta run to the room. Maybe less than 5. So it won't probably.
Oh.
So it's your show.
The only thing is I can't see the chat, because
That's
I'm on
okay. Just
StreamYard, but hey,
you
it is
got a
what it is.
couple minutes. Just it's your what do you they want to know about Nancy Guthrie, your thoughts. You got 400 people say they just came to your show now and you gotta so this is a trial run, all right? Be right
All right.
back. Good luck.
No
All
problem.
right. Ready? The
Yep.
floor is yours. Go.
Hello and good evening. My name is Christian, and this is Fueled by Folgers and Jesus, sponsored by 857 Tucson. Well, the Nancy Guthrie case, we all know that sometime between January 31st and February 1st, she was kidnapped. Sources say that she was kidnapped for ransom. There's been rumors out there saying that it's been staged, and a bunch of other stuff. But honestly, my whole point behind this, or my opinion on it, is I don't know what to believe anymore because there's so many rabbit holes that I've gone down. Anywhere from, Sheriff Nono botching this case from the very beginning to 4 days later, the FBI coming in and the crime scene being contaminated before the FBI got there, to the ransom notes getting sent to TMZ, to streamers getting basically ran off from Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, everything else. So honestly, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know which way I want to swing on my opinion or on my theory. I do have my theories and I do have my opinions. I believe that all this was staged. I honestly believe it was staged because I look at it as I want to see video evidence of Tommaso's car dropping Annie off. I mean, not Annie, but dropping Nancy off at home. You got the doorbell camera with the porch clown, porch guy, porch woman, porch whoever this dude is, or female, or whoever this person is on the porch. I want to see evidence of Tommaso's car driving by and leaving. But we don't have that evidence. The only digital evidence we have are the two allegedly videos that they produced. One of Porch Clown, and then the one that's supposedly from January 11th. It's all the digital evidence that we have. But we know that there was other cameras around Nancy's house. It's already been stated that there was cameras on her back porch for her to watch the wildlife. There was cameras on the inside that they said that it picked up movement, but that they were working with Google to try to see what kind of movement it was and if they can get like clear video like we did with the front porch guy. My whole thing is the 2-minute timer on the garage. There's no way that I truly believe that Tommaso would have dropped her off, made her get out, walk inside by herself, and then he leaves. I just can't believe it. If that would have been me, I wouldn't have done that. I would have taken her inside, made sure that everything was okay, that she was settled in before I left, and I returned home. That's why I believe that this whole crime scene was staged. I don't believe that she ever made a home. Until I actually see real physical evidence that she made a home, then that's fine. But until then, my theory is that it was all staged. That this was all a set.
Well, let me challenge you, because you have to understand they probably have that what you're wanting. You're wanting that information. They probably have that, or they would have pounced, right? They would that would have been the easiest case in the world. Well, hey, you lied. You didn't take her home. Her phone didn't show. I mean, she had her phone obviously when she went to her daughter's. So that phone is tracking wherever she's going. They even to the second. So even though you don't know, what I'm telling you is I think they know, or they would have been like, look, Tommaso lied, they lied, la la la. But to me, I think they just they're not gonna give us everything, but they did tell us that hey, he did drop him off. There is the garage opening. They took his car, so they probably got his navigation in his car, so they could track that. So they confirmed it. Hey, he went a mile or 2 miles, however long it is, to Nancy's. What do you think?
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but like I said, I've gone down so many rabbit holes in this case. It's really hard, to really believe one thing or another, because I mean, every time you turn around, there's something breaking or there's something new popping up, and all that. I mean, I believe that it was staged, but then again, I'm also on that opinion that yeah, she made it home, and that this was a targeted attack, and I don't believe that it was a kidnapping for ransom. I truly don't believe it. But like I said, I mean, there's just so many rabbit holes that I've gone down because of all the stuff that's come out. What really puzzles me about this whole entire case is Sheriff Nanos has not come out and done like a live press conference. Yeah, he's gone to the news stations and done interviews and taken questions, and stuff like that. But he hasn't come out and done a live press conference in a long time. Not that I've seen,
Well,
because
what we
most
should
of
do,
your
I think
cases,
this is what we should do, is everybody in America sees what's going on here in Pima County, right? Like it starts getting like cool here in October. If the
right?
case is not found solved by October, everybody like will have a big like um two events. One will be like a hope gathering. Everybody fly out to Tucson for the weekend, and then we do a protest. So a hope gathering, so that's all about, and then a protest for justice. And then people can plan ahead. And then because we once the only way they're gonna react is if we give them pressure. And this kind of pressure of doing these shows, it keeps the pressure on,
It
right?
does. It does.
But you can't, when when you're trying to be an advocate, you can't just be a one trick pony.
That's right.
And we're right now, we're kind of one trick. That's why I was saying I can't really plan the protest because that's just not, like, I have so much going on to plan a protest. But I will advertise it. I'll attend. I'll let everybody know. I'll film it. You know.
I mean,
But
honestly, I wish I could save up the money and make the time to come out there, to Tucson and be part of this and meet you and meet everybody else, in person and all that. But I'm not going to be able to do it. But I'll watch it from my phone. That's for
well,
sure.
whoever can come, comes.
I'll
I mean,
support it.
you
I'll
could
support it from my
probably
phone.
I know airplanes are expensive, but that Flix bus, if you ever, that's cheap. You could
Yeah.
probably you could probably take a Flix for pretty cheap.
Or
But we
Greyhound.
could raise some money for people who, need a little help to get here. But that's the only thing that's going to keep the awareness
Yeah, I need a
is,
vacation. That's for sure.
yeah.
I definitely need a vacation.
So let's see who else is in the chat.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, they're
Nanos, Nanos hasn't come out and done any press conferences because look at all these other cases that have been happening within like the last couple of weeks. The one in North Carolina or South Carolina, and all that different kind of stuff. Look at the those inmates that caused that riot, and took those officers hostage in like North Carolina and all that. That sheriff came right out and did a press conference 2 or 3 times. All these other sheriffs are doing press conferences when stuff is going on, but here's Nanos. Oh, I'm not going to do a press conference. I'm going to run to the radio station and I'm going to do an interview. I'm going to get on Buckmaster's show and do an interview. Screw all that. Do a press conference.
Here's the thing. Everybody's getting bamboozled by him.
Exactly.
So here's my point. Whoever's listening out there, family, let me read some of these comments.
When is the next election for sheriff?
2028.
2028. So in 2 years.
Yeah.
Question I got is,
knows that he would embarrass himself and look like a fool and spread more lies if he did a press conference. But here's the thing.
but at least he did one. That would be the whole thing.
Yeah, so here's how I look at it. Is the YouTubers are essentially advocates for the people.
Exactly.
Now, the big media and the news reporter in the newspaper, they used to be the ones that were supposed to hold the government officials accountable.
Right.
That's their job. Now the YouTubers have essentially been where I'm not saying the media doesn't do some stories where they're like covering it for the people, they still, but with this case, we are the ones that are keeping it alive. Now, here's what I want to ask you. If you look at this website right here, her name is Nancy Grace. Have you
Yes,
heard
I
of
know
her?
Nancy Grace. Yes. I watch
know
her all
you
the time.
Yeah, I was just kidding. So, but look at this. So
Didn't
this
she
is
used to be didn't she used to be like an attorney or a judge like way, way, way back?
yes, sir. Yep. Yes. So here's what I want to bring up. Just checking the comments. I'm trying to get better at reading them. It's all staged. Daniel agrees with you that it's all staged. Yep. They're usually the family. Now, this case is a little bit unique because of the celebrity status. I don't know how he's not going. It's disgusting. Daniel says he wants to go help look for Miss Nancy. Yeah, well, it's a lot. It's like a needle in a haystack worse. It's almost worse than that. Like
Well,
it's
my whole thing is you said the next sheriff election is in 2028. Okay. I wish I could come to Tucson right now and just walk around the streets of Tucson and just talk to various people and say, hey, in 2028, would you reelect Sheriff Chris Nanos?
Good night, Tammy.
Just ask people, hey, would you reelect Sheriff Chris Nanos when he runs again in 2028? Just get a consensus. Just get some kind of poll.
There's the thing about here in Tucson is people don't vote for the people that might be the best person for the job.
Right.
So most people are Democrats out here.
Oh,
so
God.
they don't. Yeah, I'm not talking politics, but they just vote. They vote D all the way down. So it doesn't matter if there is somebody better, because if Nanos is the Democrat, they'll just vote for him because they don't. That's how it is, and 70% of our voters are that. So that is it's just the facts. I don't know how to. I don't want to get into it.
Oh, I know.
Good night, Tammy.
And don't do it. Don't get into it.
No, but here's
Because
what I
I'm the
want to,
same way
here's
on
what I
my
want to
channel.
bring.
I don't do politics on my channel either. So
Savage says she believes it's staged, and Frank has got joined the chat, and he says we live in California, and the news has had one update in 5 months, one sentence long. Shame, and that's the thing. Here's what I want to. We got to start holding these corporations accountable, because to me, this is this is not cool.
no,
Now,
it's not.
if you go to Nancy Guthrie or Nancy Grace's page,
Bless you.
oh man, I got the hiccups. So this is when she went missing. So here's day 4. Okay. Day 5. Day 6. Day 9. Okay, now do you see a pattern? Day
Yeah.
10. Day 12. Now I'm not gonna do it all, but she's covering mostly Nancy Guthrie. And then it gets to pretty intense where that's all she covers. Look at this. Every
Yep.
day, 200 and 300,000 hits, 300 views, I mean. And then it went 100% Nancy. She did not cover any case but Nancy's. Look at this, 4 months ago. She had 500,000 views on this one. She's just cashing in. 500,000 views. 500,000 every day, imagine.
Well, Nancy Grace is a bit of a celebrity anyway, so
No, I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is, look, she day 55, she's still covering it.
oh yeah.
Now, any case that doesn't have Nancy Guthrie, this one has Tiger Woods arrested. It only has 91K. But here, if you go up, she stops covering it. Day 66. But look, it's pretty constant. Now I'm gonna show you where it just stops. Right here. So 2 months ago, she made that video. And see, this is the thing, is right when that Lynette Hooker case happened,
Yeah.
it was like boom. But her last one, it was 543,000. Okay. So then she switched to Lynette Hooker. And for whatever reason, she's okay with just dropping the case. And then you try to find another video that she's done on, and she did one right here.
Well, honestly, I think she's kind of like, Brian Enton, because Brian Enton covers different cases. Because you remember there for the first couple months, he was doing the same thing. It was all about Nancy. And then all of a sudden, other stuff happens. So now he's jumping around to those. But every now and then, he'll come back to Nancy Guthrie, like an update and all
Yeah,
that.
but here's what
stuff.
I'm trying. The whole point is, I also think that because that none of them are coming out here for anything, that they usually have some inside sources.
Right.
So if something was popping off or cracking, or there's an arrest or anything, they would come out here. But she's never even been out here one time.
Yeah.
And then 2 weeks ago, she made this video and then goes silent again. And so to me, why has she stopped covering this case? This is the biggest case that pretty much has ever hit. I
It
can't
is.
think. as far as the media coverage.
It is.
So why is she? I mean, that's what she does. 13 days ago was the last time she did a video. And it got 3 times the amount of views as every other video.
That's because people are paying attention to Nancy Guthrie. They're not paying attention to other cases like the Lynette Hooker case and, you know, all these other cases, the David case and Alex Murdoch case and all that. Nobody cares about those cases. All they care about is Nancy Guthrie and justice for Nancy and trying to get Nancy home. That's why, you know, when you showed that last video she did 13, 14 days ago, why it's got more views than any of the other cases that she's doing, because people are more concentrated on the Nancy Guthrie case. And like you said, the more people that get out here and advocate for her, for Nancy Guthrie, the more of us independent journalists, you know, and true crime, you know, streamers that keep covering the Nancy Guthrie case, it's going to keep it alive. It's going to keep it out there, and more people are going to hear about it. Because more people watch, I guarantee you, more people watch these YouTube streams than they do their local news or world news or anything on TV. Because everywhere I go, Damien, everywhere I go in Fort Worth, everywhere I go, I put Nancy's name out there. I talk to people about Nancy Guthrie. I talk to people about the case, you know, and all that. Because at first, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, I was asked people, hey, do you know who Nancy Guthrie is? Did you hear about the, you know, Nancy Guthrie abduction and kidnapping in Arizona? Nobody had heard about it. Now everywhere I go and I talk to people, they hear about it because I put it out there, because more people are paying attention to it. You know, and they're like, oh, well, where can we find information on it? I tell them YouTube. It's all over YouTube, you know, and all that.
Yeah.
And there's
I
a
just
lot of
had an
people.
idea is you know, they have, like in Vegas, they have those billboard trucks.
Yeah.
Like, what if I got one of those and just drove it around town with, like, you know, the actual FBI flyer, the correct, everything correct, no QR code, right? No, nothing that, like,
Kind of like the Blackbriar truck.
yeah. I mean, what do you think? Do you know anybody where I could get one of those?
No, I really
If I
don't.
Because I've seen these really cool ones. They're like digital.
Yeah, we have them here too. And I think you can rent them. I just don't know where you can rent them from. I think you can rent them, and then you got to pay to put the advertisement on there. And I
What do
think
you
it's like,
guys think? You guys think that would be a good idea in the chat? One of those, like, you know, in Vegas, you see them. That's right. I've seen them in Phoenix.
I can see it 857 live in the banner truck driving around Tucson.
Yep. Yep. Because that would be, you know, you can cover a lot of territory. Everybody would see that damn truck eventually here, because this is a pretty small, you know, as big as it is, it's, you know, if you drove that truck, everybody in town would eventually see it. That's the genius idea of the night right there.
Well, okay, so let me ask this.
A billboard
At the
truck.
very beginning of this case, wasn't there billboards put up?
No, not really, because they weren't in the right place. So they don't really count, in my
They
opinion.
they put a billboard up in Texas, in only one
Yeah.
city in Texas, and that was in Houston, which I thought was weird. Is because why did you put it in Houston? Why didn't you put billboard up in Dallas or Fort Worth, San Antonio, you know, Austin, some of these major places? There's not a billboard, and I wonder if maybe I can rent a billboard and do like that same thing, you know, and maybe rent a billboard and put something up there. I don't know how much that would cost.
Yeah, it's expensive, but the billboard truck, I think, would be genius.
That would be genius.
I wonder if there's somebody in the channel that owns a bill or that owns like a company that sells them, or they know like their brother-in-law, you know, there's always, but that would be like, I would buy a billboard truck. I'll lease it maybe.
You buy it. I'd say you'd rent it, not buy it.
Yeah, I'd probably if you could lease it. But you know, I've seen these people, you can buy a trailer and then just haul the trailer.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a billboard trailer.
Man, you know, another idea just popped in my head. Because like during the summertime and springtime over here, we'll have airplanes flying around that got like these long messages flying behind them. I wonder how much that would cost if I could just say something like "Justice for Nancy Guthrie," and while it's flying through the air, people would see this.
Yeah, I looked into it. It's like $2,000 to
Wow.
$2,000 to 10,000. All right. Well, we'll give your buddy Nancy a little love here. I mean, I haven't put her on in a while.
Not my buddy.
Yeah, she's your buddy.
I mean, I watch her. I mean, I like some things about her. There's a lot of things I don't like about her, but that's for another place and time, you know, and all that. But I do know that I seen somewhere where when she was at the Crime Con that she invited Chris McDonough up on stage from the interview room, you know, and all that. And, you know, had like a little interview with him. So I thought that was kind of cool, you know, but I don't know.
Jenny says the leasing a mobile billboard truck costs $500 a day. That's what I'm saying. You could buy one in a month. You could buy one. You could buy a whole truck.
4,000, 10,000 per week. But honestly, 500 a day is not bad. You pay 500, you drive around all day. Boom, you take the truck back. You're good to go. At least you got it out.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, this can't be like if you're doing, you got to do it for like, you got to do it like every day for 30 days, 3 months.
Oh yeah, that'd get expensive.
That's what I'm saying. It's better. I mean, in the long run, it would be better because if Nancy's not found, you just keep driving it.
So if it's average, say 4,000 per week, 4 weeks in a month, you're looking at 16,000 a month.
Yeah, welcome in, Misty.
Oh, and I just want to give a shout out to Savage. She went and subscribed to my channel. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep, Savage. Make sure you yeah, she might make you a song.
That's awesome. I would love that.
Yeah, she's good at making the songs. Everybody you know, has
You
been
said
doing
she
those
makes
songs.
decals.
I mean, if somebody has I don't know. It seems like they're probably expensive
What's that?
to buy. They're probably like 50, 60 grand, I bet.
Probably.
But it is a good idea.
It is. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is the people are talking about the billboards. The reason the billboards went up where they did is because they were digital billboards. So basically, everybody fell for it, right? Oh, they got billboards up. They're everywhere. Basically, somebody went on the computer and any federal or any highway that had these digital billboards eventually got a Nancy Guthrie one.
Right.
So we don't the only one we had, it was out by Marana, and it's not, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but it's not exactly where you need it. If you think
That's what I was saying here in Texas is the only place that they put a billboard was in Houston.
well,
you know?
they go like they go back and forth in like they they flip images
Yeah,
in those digital. So you might, I mean, they might have had them other places. You just didn't see them.
true.
But we do have, wow, Jenny ham sandwich. I like that name. That's fun.
He said roughly 30 to 50% off new retail prices with pre-owned static trucks starting around 15,000 to 35,000, and used digital LED trucks ranging from 50,000 to 130,000. Yeah. For a used one is 50,000.
Well,
I mean, for that price, you
might
could
be,
just
it
go
was a
buy a
good
regular
idea.
pickup.
Yeah.
You know, for 50,000, you could just go buy a used pickup truck and put a wrap around it, like that other one that was, riding around.
Yeah, but there's something about those trucks when you see that big
Yeah,
billboard running by.
yeah, that's true.
I'm not saying you couldn't do that, but
We got a
yeah.
couple bail bonds places out here that's what they have, is they have that digital ad, and it's just straight for the bail bonds, and they drive all over the place, and that's all they do all day.
So yeah, we're gonna jump into this video. And she has a couple experts on here, some an expert panel. So we're about to see an expert panel right now, and
Nancy Grace was an expert.
well, that's what I'm saying. She's got more experts coming with her. Misty says, I love Nancy Grace. She is hard on many, but she knows her shit.
Yes.
Yes, she does. And I remember seeing when she first came out, and she kind of just has always been a firecracker. And she's smart. Billboards are a racket. Yeah, well, I know there's a couple locations here in Tucson that if they did put them, it would probably be a smart idea. That's all. I don't know. Oh man! All right.
I wish I could
Straight
find.
out to the experts joining us, and what a lineup we've got tonight. I don't quite understand what's happening, but to Dr. Jim Jones joining us out of Herndon, Virginia. He is a cybersecurity digital forensics expert. He is a digital forensics program director, associate professor at George Mason University. Your expertise is digital, but you have put many, many witnesses under questioning.
Many.
What do you make of this? Pointing the finger. I mean, that's who we look up to for leadership. That would be Kash Patel. And I've agreed with him all along the way. But he is dodging.
Yeah, I'm assuming that their technical experts are tackling this probably on both sides. The FBI is most likely better equipped to do the technical analysis. So I expect that's what's happening. The director just may not be aware of what the technical people are up to.
Oh.
This is 13 days ago too, so it's not that old, but we never did go over it. I always like when they have these experts on.
Oh, wait a minute. Dr. Jim Jones, you mean the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing? Yeah, I'm not buying that. This is a total dodge. Straight out to Michael Harrigan joining us, former FBI agent, 22 years. You were with the feds. He's dodging. Why is he dodging?
Well, I think in these cases, when I ran the VICAP program at Quantico, we specialized in long-term missing person cases. And there's a lot of technicalities that go into these cases, and the crisis communication necessary in these matters are complex. Because you have two sides here. One, you have the need to get Miss Guthrie back, to recover her, identify the kidnappers. But the other side of it is if the R hoax notes is the investigative goal of identifying those hoax drafters and holding them accountable. So it can seem somewhat disjointed through the media on these cases, but it's a very well orchestrated and careful strategy to communicate this. And the director and the sheriff himself aren't the best persons to comment on the direction and you have to have trained communicators out there, and there's some pitfalls here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Am I actually, who has killed Michael Harrigan and is wearing his skin? Because when you're telling me the director of the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff should not be the ones communicating evidence on a case, yeah, I'm calling foul, total foul. That's
Wow, she is calling them out. She is calling the balls and strikes on this one.
Well, I mean, I could understand where he's coming from, and I agree with him. I totally agree with him. Because when Cash Patel, what was it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, when Cash Patel was doing a press conference, and some random reporter just popped up and said something about the Nancy Guthrie case, it's like he kind of like he didn't answer, and he just kind of like blew it off and walked away.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean the passion, I mean, I can relate. I might not have that amazing accent like her, because it is, I mean, it is, I love it. I'm just a little disappointed that she's not, like, she never came out here. Like, I remember seeing her at the Koberger case, right?
Yeah.
And she literally like packed her bags and she was out there. I think in the cold, she had her jacket on. She's reporting. Why are they not treating this at that same level? And this is even bigger.
Right.
That's where, so like people, even though everybody's like, look over here, look, but it's what they're not doing is what the bigger story is.
Well, I mean,
It's
did Ashley Banfield ever go out there?
None of them have come out here.
Did Jennifer Coffindaffer or whatever her name go out there? No.
None of them. That's what's crazy about it is like, what, like, why wouldn't they come out here?
No, out of all the media that was at Nancy Guthrie's, I think the biggest one that came out there was Brian Hinton for News Nation.
Yeah. Well, the thing is Brian Hinton was out here. I'm talking about these people that are like the true crimer, like her, Ashley Banfield, who would be another one?
Jennifer Coffindaffer.
Now, Interview Room, they did come out here. There's a whole bunch of them, but and maybe they did in a secret meeting. You know, they came out here. I don't know, but we'll get back to Nancy Grace and her expert panel.
It's BS. Now, wait, you're not still working for the FBI, are you? Okay, yeah, no, you're not. Don't cover. I don't care who they are. This, I think, is either a grave mistake at the get-go by telling Savannah these were legitimate, or this is a ploy. Now, let's think this through. Why could it possibly be a ploy? Why did they tell us at the beginning that 2 of the ransom notes were real? And now they're saying, yeah, no, erase, Jurassic erase. I didn't say that. Who said that? It's his duty. No, it's their duty. And by the way, shout out to Sydney Silvani joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. This has unleashed a torrent of hate onto the Guthrie family. Because when authorities come out and say, yeah, those ransom notes, we told you that we're legit and we've been investigating a kidnap all this time. Yeah, forget that. That's not true. Now the world, not me, others are asking, well, wait a minute. If there was sensitive information, Sydney Silvani, in those ransom notes, Who would have known that the Apple Watch was reportedly at the foot of the bed on the floor? Who would have known what pajamas Mrs. Guthrie was wearing that night? Who would have known the floodlight was askew and not working? Who would have known all that? Well, somebody in the home, i.e., blaming the family. Was nobody thinking when they dropped this bomb, let's just say the proverbial turd in the punch bowl?
Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, she is on fire.
He said the proverbial turd in the punch bowl.
I've never heard of that saying. Is that, have you heard of that saying ever?
No, but I like that saying. I might use it now.
Just don't use it at work.
Believe me, I won't.
She's fired up.
Yeah, she is.
Did they not think about what was going to happen to the Guthrie family when they did this? Explain to me what's happening.
So we had this report from Reuters claiming their FBI sources told them that all of these letters are completely fake, that the FBI has ruled these out completely and are not considering the possibility that these were real anymore.
I've never seen that photo. Have you?
No, I've never seen that. Who is that?
Probably a friend.
Church friend or something?
Well, you see that banner on there right there? He probably works for that company. That's like a nonprofit. They raise money for yeah, so he probably works for that company. But look at the backyard.
Yeah.
You see the gate. That's the gate that most likely goes to the
driveway.
Yep.
The one that was propped open with a flower pot.
But you know what else I noticed? You see the window back there?
Yep.
Those are newer windows. Those are not those are the newer modern windows. Double paned. So they're better security too. Anything you see in this? Anything else?
No.
Well, what I see is I think this photo is actually probably one of the closest photos to like the most recent photos. Like every other photo, she looks a lot younger, right?
Yeah. It had to be taken sometime, in the wintertime or whatever, because they're both wearing jackets.
Right.
They have been completely dismissed. And like you said, that's been disastrous for the Guthrie family. Now people are questioning, why did they pay them any money at all? Why did they tickle this wire? Why did they entertain these?
Guys, this has unleashed a torrent of hate on the Guthrie family. All along, claims against them have been that the son-in-law, Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, was the last one to see her alive that we know of, that he took her home. He drove her home after a family dinner at his and daughter Annie's home. From that, it has been extrapolated that they are responsible for Mrs. Guthrie's kidnap. Now stating that the ransom notes are fake feeds into that claim. Back to Michael Harrigan joining us. Michael,
Wait
do
a
you see
second.
where I'm
Pause it for a
going with
minute. Pause
this?
it for a minute. Because she just said that Tommaso was the last one to see Nancy Guthrie alive, supposedly, but said something about that they're responsible for the kidnapping. That's the first time I've ever heard
you
anything.
misheard that. Who's responsible for the kidnapping?
The way she's putting it, Annie and Tommaso, because Tommaso was the last one to see her alive.
All right, let's rewind that then.
Pajamas Mrs. Guthrie was wearing that night. Who would have known the floodlight was askew and not working? Who would have known all that? Well, somebody in the home, i.e., blaming the family. Was no.
What I think she's saying is the family was getting blamed, and then
No, it was after this.
yeah, I know. Okay.
Nobody thinking when they dropped this bomb, let's just say the proverbial turd in the punch bowl? Did they not think about what was going to happen to the Guthrie family when they did this? Explain to me what's happening.
So we had this report from Reuters claiming their FBI sources told them that all of these letters are completely fake, that the FBI has ruled these out completely and are not considering the possibility that these were real anymore. They have been completely dismissed. And like you said, that's been disastrous for the Guthrie family. Now people are questioning, why did they pay them any money at all? Why did they tickle this wire? Why did they entertain these?
Guys, this has unleashed a torrent of hate on the Guthrie family. All along, claims against them have been that the son-in-law, Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, was the last one to see her alive that we know of, that he took her home. He drove her home after a family dinner at his and daughter Annie's home. From that, it has been extrapolated that they are responsible for Mrs. Guthrie's kidnap. Now stating that the ransom notes are fake feeds into that claim. Back to Michael Harrigan joining us. Michael, do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I do, Nancy. I think there's some good questions here. I think you're raising legitimate questions about the communication and the information out there. And I think we have to remember that, you know, in these cases, the crush on the victims, in this case, Miss Guthrie, is incredible. The family is pulled this way and that way by all this information coming out. And, you know, there has been mixed communication, but behind the scenes, I mean, the investigators, when you look at what the investigators are doing, sometimes there's good reason to put out conflicting information because of suspect identification and tactics they use to maybe get a suspect to make a move or to spur further communication.
Okay, could you explain what you're saying in regular people talk?
Okay. What happens is the tactics that law enforcement use here, right? There's information they release. Everything in a case like this that law enforcement releases, whether it's saying a note is real, whether it's fake, there's a tactic behind the scenes in that. And in a kidnapping case where life hangs in the balance like this one, you have to move quick at the beginning. You don't have the luxury of betting everything down to the very minutiae, validating everything. So you have to move on notes early in a case as if it's actually valid. You have to do that because, again, life hangs in the balance. But as time goes on and you're able to use technical resources, investigative techniques to dial down and find out that a note, okay, now it's not legitimate. And you find that out. Well, then you can put out that it's not legitimate. So, you know, it's just a natural investigative process. It's much different than other crimes when you have somebody who potentially is alive. Have to move quick. If you don't move quick enough, you get criticized for holding stuff back. You move too quick, sometimes invalid information gets out there, but it's a balance because you really need to get this unfortunate victim back alive.
We have told you before that we had as many as 5 FBI agents on phone calls at the same time with our IT team trying to find out who sent these ransom notes or these alleged ransom notes. And they have not been able to do that. you look at the first note where they make that demand of four.
Someone said that's Craig Melvin.
Huh?
In that photo with Nancy?
Craig Melvin, whoever that is.
Exactly. A lot of people don't watch the Today Show, but he's on the Today Show.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I know who you're talking about.
And thank you so much, Jackie. Says that's Craig Melvin, co-host. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I think some of those maybe they didn't get permission, but they probably could have, no problem. And thank you, everybody. Get over there and subscribe to Savage. Did you subscribe to her channel, though?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Nice.
And I also subscribe to Dom C.
Oh, how many does Dom C have now?
I don't know. I know I've got like, I think 578.
She's got 69 now.
That's awesome. She's on her way.
$69. Misty, did you subscribe to Dom C's channel? And PI56, did you subscribe to Dom C's channel? Praying for you and your husband. Lori says, a social experiment on how people respond to real world events since corporate news station can't control the narrative the way they did before. Yeah, we have the Cologuard Classic here. It's a golf tournament every year. Are you hanging in there? I know it's getting late. Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm great. I'm wide awake.
So what?
I got the day off, so I'm good.
$4 million, and then the second, then they say if you don't meet the deadline, it goes to $6 million, and if you don't pay the $6 million by the deadline, we will kill Nancy Guthrie. And then the second note that the Tucson station received, we didn't. They don't ask for any money. They just inform Savannah Guthrie and her family that Nancy had died. And that seems to be why Savannah came out almost the next day and said, look, we will pay you money to know where our mother is. In other words, to bring her body back. And it now kind of makes sense. The reason she said that is because that second letter did not ask for any money.
That from our friend Harvey 11 at TMZ, straight back to Dr. Jim Jones and Michael Harrigan. First to you, Harrigan. If this is a ploy by the feds, after all this time of telling us and Savannah that the first two notes were real, not the notes, the emails, the missives later sent claiming, I know who did it. I know who did it. I can send a picture. I've got it on a cell phone. Give me a Bitcoin. Give me a Bitcoin. Not those. We're talking about the first two notes. Those from the alleged kidnapper, not the hyena, the parasite, the vulture, the tick sucking the blood of the Guthrie family, claiming, I can take you to Nancy. I can give you a picture. Not them. We've been told all along these first two notes were real by the FBI. Now, suddenly, midstream, they turn course. I'm not buying it because I don't think, Harrigan, they would have intimated they were real if they didn't believe they were real. They would have said nothing. You know, the feds, you were a Fed for 22 years. I was a Fed. They would never go out on a limb and let Savannah say, I think the first two are real if they didn't think that. So is this a ploy on their part? And if so, what type?
Oh, I don't know what I did, PI. Did I do something? Oh, shoot. Someone
What?
said that was rude. She said 857. That was rude. What did you see something? Did I say something?
Not that I know of.
Oh, shoot. Oh, man. Oh, dang it. Well, let me know what was rude. Hopefully I didn't upset her. I don't know what I did.
A ploy.
Well, it very well could be. I mean, in these kidnapping cases, tactics are very important in communication in what you release. And there's always a purpose for every statement that's made officially, not from unnamed sources, but from official releases. There's always a ploy. There's always a tactic. And unfortunately, unless you can see down into the case file and you actually have firsthand knowledge, you don't know what that is. But again, the investigators are walking a fine line here because they have to try to get her back. And so this could be a way to maybe get the kidnapper or whoever wrote that note to reach out a second, third time now, because maybe they haven't been able to identify him. But then on the other side, they may know very well who sent these notes. And it could be advanced investigative techniques trying to gather enough evidence to make an arrest and a prosecution here. So,
but how would coming out? I mean, I hear you, Michael. To Dr. Jim Jones joining us, he is Professor George Mason University. That's not shabby. Cybersecurity, digital forensics expert, digital forensics program director. Dr. Jim Jones, you have seen law enforcement for enough years to know that ploys happen. Okay, here's a simple one, a very simple ploy, and it's completely constitutional. Suddenly, a known felon on the lam gets a notice he's won a TV at some Thanksgiving sweepstake. He shows up, and there are a lot of other guys there that have won things. Guess what? It's a lie. It's a ploy. They're all fugitives, and they all get arrested. Nobody's getting a new TV. Okay? They just fell for it. It's a ploy. Here's another ploy. I would attribute this to the defense team in the Charlie Kirk assassination. The Tyler Robinson defense team put it out there that the bullets don't match Tyler Robinson's gun. What? Because the prosecution is built on that, right? Well, as it turns out, that's not true. It was a ploy. What they hope to achieve, don't know that yet. Maybe taint the jury. I don't know or care. It was a ploy. So thinky, Dr. Jim Jones. How could putting it out there that these ransom notes, which they said were true, are no longer true? How does that help me catch what I believe to be Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper and killer?
Sure. It may goad the killer, the kidnapper, into sending more emails. And so the technical analysis is going to go back to a device, possibly even a physical location, maybe a library, computer, a specific home or apartment. And so if they have that traced back that far, and then they goad the sender into sending another message, they've installed additional monitoring at that location and are more likely to catch the perpetrator coming in.
Okay. That's a little brilliant. Could you break that down in regular people talk? Okay. If I had to put you on the stand, we would work on that. So you could say it really slowly and succinctly. Now, let me go with you one more time. How does putting a big fat lie out there, if it is in fact a lie, help me catch the killer? And yes, I know many people believe that Mrs. Guthrie died accidentally in the middle of a kidnap. That's felony murder. I will say no more. How am I going to find him or them because of this ploy by the FBI with nanos trailing along?
Sure. The investigators want the perpetrators to continue to communicate. That's their only chance to catch a break and trace it back to an individual. So every email message has essentially an envelope with it that says where it came from and the systems it went through. That's the easy technical part. That gets you back to a computer or a geographic region. Now you can monitor that location more closely, hope that the attacker is going to come back, send another message the same way. And the first two messages came from the same IP address. That's a device identifier to a certain degree. So there's some reasonable expectation that the attacker could use the same communication method, but now law enforcement is watching more closely.
Okay. Now it's sinking in, Dr. Jim Jones. Okay. You said the same IP address, internet provider address, and there's been a lot of confusion about that. Harvey Levin, our friend at TMZ, accurately stated that all the notes came from the IP address, but all the notes regarding the jackals, the ticks, the parasites, they all came from the same address. Not the first two ransom notes. Those are two different IP addresses, but you're right. Karen Stark joining me, forensic psychologist, renowned TV and radio trauma expert consultant at KarenStark.com. That's Karen with a C. Karen, you've been in this world for a long time analyzing what you see. You just saw Savannah Guthrie. Hey, control room, could you play her on mute and watch her? You know what? Forget it. Play it where she says, I believe those two notes were credible. Watch this, Karen. I can't wait to see what you're going to say.
The two notes that we received, that we responded to, I tend to believe those are real.
From our friends at the Today Show. Karen, I believe Savannah. Okay. We worked together at Court TV when she was first starting out and legal analysis. She's a trained lawyer. She did not just fall off the turnip truck. She's very smart. I would like to point out genuine. Because of that, I believe two things. One, if somebody in her family were involved, she would not be draping her arm around them, visiting a memorial site. She would have sought justice and vengeance would have been wreaked long ago. Number one. Number two, when she said, I think two were legitimate, did you notice she paused, looked off, came back, and said, I think they were real? I don't think Savannah would look at the camera and lie. I really don't.
I don't think so either, Nancy. I think that she really did believe that they were real. And certainly she was encouraged to believe that. You have to think of something. When you're in that situation, you want hope. You want to believe that your mother is alive. So what I see is a daughter who is desperately hoping that this is true and her mother is alive. And why not believe that and continue that hope? I also really agree with the whole fact of the ploy of trying to get somebody to actually come forward, write some more. If we think about all the cases we went through, Nancy, where serial killers were writing, and when the newspapers or wherever they were sending their letters were not covering them, they would get more upset and they would actually write more because they need the attention. They're narcissists. And so that could actually be what they're doing right now. They're trying to actually bait the person to keep on going and writing some more so they can either trace it or already they might know and they want to see where the person goes. But I definitely think that's a ploy.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here. Please.
No, that's kind of interesting. So basically, what they're doing is they're baiting the suspects. Huh. Very interesting. Did you fall asleep?
All right, sorry about that.
Oh.
Sorry about that. So what did you think about that?
Well, I think that's interesting, and now I kind of see what they're talking about. You know, when they first come out and said that, when Reuters come out and said their inside source from the FBI said that the ransom notes aren't real. I can see what they're talking about by baiting them, because like that digital forensic expert said, is that you're going to track these IP addresses to where there are. You're going to put more cameras and all that, and then you're going to watch to see who's going to show up, you know, basically to write more ransom notes or, you know, whatever it is. So that's kind of interesting, you know, that one way to bait the suspect to find out if they can nab somebody or figure out who it is. or if they're really fake and, you know, they're doing like a David or Derek Kalila type thing, they can nab that person for putting these sick ransom notes out there. It's interesting. I would never thought of that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
It makes sense though. So it makes me wonder if we're going to get any more notes.
Yeah, and that's where we are gonna call it a night. I'm gonna call it a night. We got one more song, but I mean, obviously, we got about 5 minutes left. And so, what is your expectations here coming up for the rest of this month? Is there anything that's gonna come out? Do you think?
My expectation is, now that hearing this from the Nancy Grace thing, which was what, like 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, whenever it was, I honestly think that we may get another note or two.
Yeah.
Probably sent to TMZ, of course. You know, that's where they've been going lately. But I'm hoping that maybe we'll hear some good news that, hey, you know, maybe somebody will come out and say, hey, we're, you know, this much closer to nabbing a suspect or something. You know, I mean, we need to hear something. So,
Yep. Oh, there's Tina Girl. Tina Girl's been. I remember the first months of the case. She would always come in with good comments and welcome in Tina Girl. And Starsky says, body language expert. The man from day 7 is very easily readable, Damien. His whole character and mannerism was a confession. I mean, it was weird, but I didn't know what to think about it. But yeah, we are going to call it a night here, guys. I'm going to go try to get a good night's sleep. So thanks for coming on.
A couple hours.
Yep. And I will talk to you soon. Thanks for coming on, Christian.
Yeah, I sent you a couple emails and all that for you to respond to, where maybe you and I could do a joint stream or something in the near future. So I reached out to Devil Dog and a few other people. But
cool. Well, yeah, I'll check my email and what I'll have you on again here soon for sure.
Alrighty.
All right. You say goodnight? Oh, there we go. All right, perfect. All right, everybody. So we are gonna call it a night, but you can rewind and watch it from the beginning when we were on the Patriot Pride. He had a great show tonight. Everybody, the community. Oh, you just watched the short with nice. Yeah, that was hilarious. God bless you, Tina girl. And shout out to everybody in the chat who's hanging out still this late or early. Maybe you just woke up. Maybe you like to stay up late. But thanks for hanging out. Chris Talks Truth, Becky, Blitzen, Savage. Now, once this stream ends, it'll automatically take you over to the new stream. So you guys can go and chat over there still if you feel like it. So everybody in here will automatically get transferred over there. And the flamingos are live right now. So good night. Good night. So everyone, thank you for coming in. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button, hyping up the video. Bingo day tomorrow for Kathleen. Thank you everybody who helped out with the super chats. Kathleen, Jessica, Liberty, Fueled, Kim, Liberty and Justice for All, Seashells, MAGA, Jackie. Thank you guys. So I will talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Starsky. Marcy, oh, you're so sweet. That is sweet. The comment, you guys are amazing. So thank you for supporting YouTubers everywhere, including my channel. I appreciate it. It's 9:03. Probably got the coffee going, huh? Or the tea. Blitzen the husky. Cute dogs. All right, everybody, we're going to play this song on our way out. Sleep good. I will talk to you tomorrow. Peace and love, everybody. And tomorrow is a new day, new hope. Good night, everybody.
They can move the chairs, they can throw obstacles in the way, but they can't stop people from caring. Came here with a purpose, not for glory, not for fame, just trying to keep attention on a missing person's name. Some bring chairs and coffee, some bring hope and prayers, some bring stories and updates to remind the world who cares. But every time we show up, there's another little game trying to make us disappear, trying to make us walk away. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us, you can't bury hope beneath the dust. You can block the view, you can make it tough, but you can't stop people who care this much. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The family's pain is bigger than your fuss. As long as someone's still missing, as long as answers haven't come, we'll keep speaking their name, and we'll never be done. The cameras keep on rolling, the message is still spread, because somebody out there loves them and wants answers instead. We're not here to cause trouble, We're not here to pick a fight. We're just keeping a light burning through another sleepless night. You can try to make it harder. You can try to shut the door. But compassion has a stubborn heart, and it keeps coming back for more. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. You can't bury hope beneath the dust. You can block the view. You can make it tough, but you can't stop people who care this much. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The family's pain is bigger than your fuss. As long as someone's still missing, as long as answers haven't come, we'll keep speaking their name, and we'll never be done. Oh, maybe someday you'll understand why strangers choose to stand for somebody they never knew and carry hope the whole way through. Because every missing person is somebody's child, somebody's sister, somebody's smile. And every day they're not forgotten is another day. The light survives. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. You can't break a heart that's built on love. You can throw shadows, you can spread doubt, but you can't put this fire out. Oh, Sue Ellen, you can't silence us. The missing still matter to all of us until the answers finally come, until somebody's brought back home. We'll keep showing up. We'll keep standing strong. We'll keep speaking their name and carrying on. You can't silence hope. You can't silence love. And you can't silence people who refuse to give up.